Chapter 158. Skillfully slapping the face. Never give up treatment. 7 bottles for 35 yuan really isn't expensive. After all, these skincare products work so well. Anai Chenggui then said, then get me 2 sets, no 3 sets, I need a kit too. Anai Yang had given her some last time, which she had nearly used up. Anai Yang turned around, fetched 3 sets of skincare products from her house and handed them to her. Anai Chenggui took out 105 yuan from her pocket and gave it to Anai Yang. Anai Yang took out 35 yuan and returned it to Chenggui. Anai, you've helped me promote my skincare products and even sold 2 sets for me. How can I take your money? From now on, it'll cover all your skincare products. If you run out, just let me know directly. A good product is important, but knowing how to drive your business is even more important. Anai Yang wouldn't sacrifice greater benefits for a little profit. No employee is obliged to do overtime for their boss. Although Anai Chenggui is not her employee, the principle is the same. As the saying goes, even brothers keep accounts. Anai Chenggui felt embarrassed and said, how can this be, Yang? It's not easy for you to do business. Anai Yang laughed and replied, nothing is impossible, Aunt Anai, please take it at ease, we're family, you've always taken great care of me. If you don't accept this, it would really be alienating. Anai Yang gave her word, leaving Anai Chenggui no choice but to accept. At the same time, she decided to herself that she would definitely help Anai Yang promote her skincare products more in the future. Meanwhile, when Sun Mei was washing her face in the evening, she noticed the clear glass jar on the sink. Although in the daytime, she firmly stated that she trusted Wang Mei Feng, this was after all a matter concerning her own face. What if, really like what Lu Fan, that harbinger of doom, said? Between using it and not using it, she hesitated for a long time. Eventually, she decided to take a risk and give it a try. What if it really works like magic? She refused to believe that Wang Mei Feng, an old acquaintance, would harm her. Removing the cap of the facial cleanser, Sun Mei immediately caught a whiff of a very pleasant fragrance. Although it was very light, it was nonetheless refreshing to the senses. Would a crappy skin-ruining product smell this nice? With that thought, Sun Mei's worries evaporated significantly. She put some of the facial cleanser in her palm, applied it evenly on her face, and within a short while, a white foam appeared on her face. It was gentle and not irritating and was able to wash off the dirt and grease hidden on her face. After washing, she felt significantly more relaxed. It seems that Wang Mei Feng was indeed telling the truth. This stuff is really better than facial powder. Sun Mei then applied some aloe vera gel on her face. After completing her skincare routine, Sun Mei went to bed. When she woke up the next morning and was combing her hair, Sun Mei was amazed to discover that the red spots on her face were gone, and her skin was much more moisturized than usual. This is simply incredible. No wonder it was developed by a divine doctor. As soon as Sun Mei arrived at the company, she excitedly told Wang Mei Feng about what happened. Even though she didn't speak loudly, everyone in the office heard her. Did everyone else frown? Is it real or fake? Are those skincare products really that miraculous? But upon examination, it seemed that Sun Mei's skin condition did look much better. Didn't Lu Fan say it would ruin the face? Noticing the stares of others, Lu Fan snorted coldly. It's only been 1 day. How could it ruin the face so quickly? At least 3 days. Just wait and see, in 3 days, she will definitely regret. Everyone thought so too. It's only been a day. What effect could be seen? Time flew by quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 2nd day. The 2nd day, Sun Mei's skin not only showed no signs of abnormalities. Instead, it was radiantly healthy. On the 3rd day, when everyone was looking forward to seeing Sun Mei's face deteriorate, her face not only did not deteriorate but also looked better than it did the day before. Her skin had improved, and Sun Mei was all smiles wherever she went, no longer exhibiting her previously fierce demeanor. By this time, Lu Fan was already becoming restless. It shouldn't be. Why didn't her face get ruined? How could a product with no certifications and standards not ruin the face? Perhaps 3 days was not long enough to show any effect. It might take 6 days. Yes, it must be like this. However, on the 3rd, 4th, and even 5th day, Sun Mei's skin condition got better day by day. Now, she even hummed while walking. The sight of this left everyone envious. Walking boastfully up to Lu Fan, Sun Mei taunted. Lu Fan, Didn't you say that my face would be ruined after 3 days? But now, 6 days have passed. Not only is my face undamaged, but my skin has also been getting better and better each day. You really should apologize to Mei Feng." Hearing this, everyone chimed in agreement. Yes, Lu Fan is to blame. If she didn't cause trouble back then, we would already be using it by now. Lu Fan, you nearly cost us the chance to use such good skincare products. You owe an apology not only to Mei Feng but also to us. Enraged to the point of blushing, Lu Fan retorted, "It may be that the time isn't up yet. Sun Mei, what are you so pleased about? Just wait and see. Sooner or later your face will be ruined." Laughing, Sun Mei responded, "Lu Fan, your disgusting face is really hard to look at. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today and can't be bothered to quarrel with you. Otherwise, I would definitely have slapped you. Also, in putting it out there today, if I hear you bad-mouthing Divine Doctor again, I, Sun Mei, will not let you off." The surrounding crowd began to reprimand Lu Fan for her wrongdoing. Lu Fan, who was previously a crowd favorite, had now become a scapegoat. Right then and there, Lu Fan was like a dog that had fallen into the water. She slinked away with her tail between her legs, leaving the office in shame. Just wait and see. Sooner or later, they will regret it. After Lu Fan left, her colleagues rushed towards Mei Feng. "Mei Feng, is it too late for me to change my mind? I'm willing to pay double the price for the facial cleanser and aloe vera gel." "Me too. I want to buy too." "Mei Feng, we're sorry. We shouldn't have betrayed you. We didn't trust you." "Mei Feng, we're sorry." Mei Feng replied with a slight smile. "It's okay. As our chairman said, if you can correct your wrongs, you are still a good comrade. But there are none left today." The remaining 11 bottles from last time were all bought by colleagues from other departments. If you want to buy them, you can come over and register first. The price will still be the original one. Thanks to Sun Mei's example, those 11 bottles were swept clean by the neighboring department 3 days ago. Hearing this, the previously calmed people flared up at Lu Fan once more. Mo family. Early in the morning, Zhou Suhua brought Yang Guobao to visit Mo Hudi, who was sick. Even after taking the medicine from the Divine Doctor for a week, Mo Hudi's condition looked much better than before, but she was still bedridden and her face was filled with signs of illness. Zhou Suhua told Mrs. Mo about Yang Guobao's complete recovery. Surprised, Mrs. Mo asked, "Is he really recovered?" Zhou Suhua nodded. "Indeed, he's better. I underestimated the Divine Doctor and nearly missed Guobao's chance of recovery. Thankfully, Mei Feng is a good girl and insisted on the treatment. Erwin, that Divine Doctor is really amazing. Why don't you let her come and see your daughter, Hudi? It's not doing us any good to keep on like this." Chapter 159. Home Visit. Li Xianxia commits suicide. Zhou Suhua now deeply believes in Ni Yang. When she talks about this, her eyes are full of admiration, without treating Ni Yang as a 17 or 18-year-old kid. She also earnestly hopes that Mo Hudi will get better soon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have recommended Ni Yang to Old Lady Mo. Hearing this, Old Lady Mo was surprised. "Is that Divine Doctor really that amazing? Didn't I hear people say that he was just a 17 or 18-year-old kid? How could a child be so capable?" Old Lady Mo was still somewhat skeptical in her heart. Zhou Suhua nodded. "It's true. We've been sisters for so many years. Would I lie to you? Although the young Divine Doctor is young, his medical skills are genuinely brilliant. Otherwise, Guobao wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Erwin, think about it. In order to cure Guobao's illness, Chongqing and Mei Feng visited many hospitals and even consulted with foreign professors. But the illness that even the foreign professors couldn't cure was cured by her. Isn't she a Divine Doctor? Sometimes a person's strength really can't be judged by their age. If Mei Feng didn't believe in the Divine Doctor like me at the time, Guobao might not be here now." Upon hearing this, Old Lady Mo became deep in thought. The current young Guobao is indeed very different from the previous one. The before and after was like two different people. You must know that the disease young Guobao previously suffered from was considered incurable. There was no record of successful treatment in modern medicine. But young Guobao and Mo Hudi's illnesses were completely different. Could that Divine Doctor really cure Mo Hudi as well? Old Lady Mo hesitated for a moment, then said, "Actually, Xiaodai's condition has improved somewhat recently after taking the medicine prescribed by that Jiangnan divine doctor. As the saying goes, too many cooks spoil the broth. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to consult another doctor? Zhou Suhua promptly replied. Although that's true, more manpower means more hope. We all want Xiaodai to get better quickly. Seeing as that Jiangnan divine doctor hasn't even shown his face, getting another person to have a look might ease our concerns. Zhou Suhua spoke reasonably, so old lady Mo nodded. Suhua, your words are eye-opening. In this case, where does that divine doctor live? I'll have someone invite him right away. Zhou Suhua said, let's do this, I'll call Mei Feng now. Okay. Old lady Mo kept nodding. Then I will have to trouble your family's Mei Feng. Zhou Suhua laughed and said, we've known each other for so many years, there's no need to mention anything burdensome. Zhou Suhua got up to make the call. Wang Mei Feng is also a warm-hearted person. Upon hearing her mother-in-law's words, she immediately dropped her work, and had Yang Chongjing drive her to Ni Yang's place. Yang Guobao bounced over. Grandma, old lady Mo, is Sister Ni Yang coming to treat Xiaodai? Zhou Suhua nodded. Yes, your dad and mom have already gone to pick up your sister Ni Yang. Yang Guobao cheerfully said. That's great. Sister Ni Yang will surely cure Xiaodai. After that, Yang Guobao ran to the bedroom to bring this good news to Mo Hudi, who was lying in bed. The servant quickly shut the door, fearing that even a little wind would come in. Yang Guobao ran to Mo Hudi's bedside, excitedly saying, Xiaodai, let me tell you, Sister Ni Yang is really amazing. When he said this, his eyes were nearly sparkling. Mo Hudi weakly said, Really? Yang Guobao nodded. It's really true. Look how well I look now. It's Sister Ni Yang who cured me. Xiaodai, don't worry. Sister Ni Yang will definitely be able to cure you too. Soon we can go to school together and play together. Hearing this, a smile of longing appeared in Mo Hudi's eyes. It was a desire emanating from the depths of her heart. It was also the redemption of a deeply ill person. Just then, there were footsteps outside the door again. Old Lady Zhang and Miss Xianjing are here. The servant pushed open the door from outside. Zhang Xianjing supported Old Lady Zhang into the room, and the coughing sound of Old Lady Zhang accompanied them. Old Lady Mo, seeing Zhou Suhua, Zhang Xianjing exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Old Lady Yang is here too. Xianjing. Zhou Suhua greeted her with a smile. Zhang Xianjing was a sweet and pretty girl who performed well in her studies. She was quite liked by the elderly folks. Chapter 160. Home Visit, Li Xianxian Commits Suicide _2. After everyone was settled, Mrs. Jing asked. Erwin, I heard that Xiaodai has improved significantly after taking the medicine Xianxian sent over. Is that true? Madame Mo nodded. Yes, Xiaodai has indeed improved a lot thanks to Xianxian. But later, a divine doctor will be coming to check on Xiaodai. Is it that divine doctor from Jiangnan? Mrs. Zhang continued to ask. Madame Mo said, No, it's the doctor who cured Guobao. Guobao is well? Mrs. Zhang expressed her surprise. Suhua, is this true? Zhou Suhua nodded. It's true. Mrs. Zhang went on. Where is Guobao? Zhou Suhua replied with a smile. He's inside chatting with Xiaodai. Let me call him out for you. All right. Mrs. Zhang nodded. Shortly after, Zhou Suhua brought Yang Guobao out from the room. Hello, Granny Zhang and Sister Xianjing. Yang Guobao greeted politely. Come here. Let me take a good look at you. Mrs. Zhang summoned Yang Guobao. Yang Guobao approached. Mrs. Zhang first felt Yang Guobao's forehead and then his hands, pausing for a long while before confirming. He's cured. He's truly cured. In a sick person, it's normally cold at the root of the nose and the acupuncture point in the middle of the palm. However, those points in Yang Guobao were no different from a healthy person's. Granny Zhang, of course I'm cured, Yang Guobao said proudly. My sister Ni Yang is very awesome. Sister Ni Yang? Mrs. Zhang was somewhat puzzled. Zhou Suhua from aside explained. Sister Ni Yang is the divine doctor who cured Guobao. Oh. Mrs. Zhang nodded. Then Yang Guobao continued to say, Let me tell you, Granny Zhang. Not only is my sister Ni Yang good with medical skills, but she is also very beautiful. If you meet her, you're sure to like her a lot. Mrs. Mo teased from the side. Is your sister Yang more beautiful than Sister Xianjing? Yang Guobao glanced at Zhang Xianjing. After a moment, resting his chin on his hand, he answered seriously, well, Sister Yang is a bit more beautiful than Sister Xianjing. In truth, she was much more beautiful. But Yang Guobao felt shy to say it out loud. His mother had taught him that one should not only be honest, but also diplomatic, in dealing with others. One should always leave some face for the other party. By declaring that Sister Yang was multiple times more beautiful than Sister Xianjing, he was sure to embarrass her. Yang Guobao's earnest demeanor amused the three elderly people and made them laugh heartily. Zhang Xianjing was also smiling, but there was a flash of strong resentment hidden in her bowed eyes. What a brat! Does he even know what to say? Even Li Xianxian isn't as beautiful as her. How could a simple country doctor possibly compare to her? Her previously good mood was completely ruined by the child's words. When Wang Meifeng arrived at the Ni family's home, she found Yang watering the plants in the vegetable garden. Wang Meifeng relayed the situation regarding Mo Hudi to Yang. After bidding Tuihua goodbye, Yang took some emergency medicine and got into the car with Wang Meifeng. Xiaodai is 13 this year. She got sick when she was around 9 or 10 and has been bedridden since then. She's a pitiful child. Yang, you don't need to stress. We'll just go and take a look. If we can't treat her, it's okay. After all, Mo Hudi's illness was completely different from Yang Guobao's, and Wang Meifeng didn't want to put too much pressure on Yang. Yang nodded. I understand. The car was fast, and they soon arrived at the Mo's residence. As soon as the car door was opened, Yang Guobao rushed out from the courtyard and hugged Yang. Sister Yang, you're here. Guobao. Yang patted Yang Guobao's head. Then, Yang Guobao introduced Yang to Mrs. Mo and Mrs. Zhang who were standing behind him. Granny Mo, Granny Zhang, this is my sister Yang. Yang nodded politely. Nice to meet you. Mrs. Zhang stared at Yang, momentarily at a loss for words. This girl. Why did she find this girl so familiar? Mrs. Zhang even had a sudden impulse to embrace Yang. Zhang Xianjing glanced at Mrs. Zhang and suddenly felt a sense of irritation. This expression on Mrs. Zhang's face was all too familiar. It was the same face she wore every time she thought about her deceased daughter. That person was already dead. Couldn't she care a little bit more about the feelings of the living beside her? Chapter 161. Home Visit. Li Xianxian commits suicide _3. Despite showing our filial piety to this damned old woman all these years, we end up being deemed worse than a corpse. How utterly ridiculous. This ungrateful hag deserves to have no descendants. Although Zhang Xianjing cursed the old woman hundreds of times in her heart, she still put on a polite and understanding face. Zhou Suhua next to her said, Erwin, Oching, this is the young divine doctor Yang, whom I told you about. Even though old lady Mo was aware that the person who had treated Yang Guobao was youthful, she hadn't expected them to be a child. Moreover, she was incredibly beautiful. Old lady Mo once thought Zhang Xianjing was the most beautiful girl she had ever seen, but now compared to Yang, Zhang Xianjing seemed like a mere commoner. It is often said that when God opens a door, he also closes a window. Generally, people with exceptional talents have some slight deficiencies. This little girl was so beautiful, flawless in fact. Could her medical skills be as impeccable? After all, they do say that beauty lacks brains. So in old lady Mo's mind, usually people who were too beautiful weren't all that bright. Every saying does have its origin, after all. Although old lady Mo had her doubts, she still smiled and said, Hello, young divine doctor, I am Xiaodai's grandmother, I appreciate your attention to Xiaodai. Yang smiled lightly. You're too kind. As a doctor, it's my duty to treat and save people. This child was quite modest. Not impatient. Not bad at all. Well, why not let her try? Maybe she is indeed talented. Good child, how old are you this year? Old lady Zhang asked, holding Yang's hand with a somewhat moved expression. Yang politely answered, Old lady, I am 17 today. Old lady Zhang nodded, 17, 2 years younger than our Tingting. Where are you from? Before the old lady could continue her question, Zhang Tingting interjected surprisingly. I can't believe the young divine doctor is only 17. At 17 I was just a child, but the young divine doctor is already famous. It's quite a shame to our generation. Even though this remark seemed to praise Yang, it actually had a sting. Famous? Yang had only treated one person, Yang Guobao, so where did this fame come from? Besides, old lady Mo was doubtful of Yang's medical skills from the start. This remark was not only prickling but also filled with considerable ridicule. For some reason, Zhang Xianjing just couldn't bring herself to like Yang. Having such a beautiful face, she was certainly no good girl. Zhang Xianjing enjoyed hanging out with people who were less attractive than her. Those who looked better than her deserved to die. Yang wasn't offended but smiled and said, Kai Wenji identified melodies at 6, Kong Rong yielded pairs at 7, and Gan Luo became prime minister at 12. People are different with diverse talents. You don't need to feel inferior, sister. Yang's tone was light, but her words were powerful, a beautiful retort. Zhang Xianjing kept a stifled breath in her heart, almost to the point of being infuriated to death by Yang. Both old lady Mo and old lady Zhang wore approving expressions. This young divine doctor indeed was a formidable figure. An ordinary 17-year-old child wouldn't comprehend such philosophy, let alone so much insight. Besides, Zhang Xianjing was usually an exceptional kid. Very few rich girls could match her rhetorically, but today, she tasted defeat at the hands of Yang. Quite extraordinary indeed. Seeing Zhang Xianjing in an awkward position, old lady Mo stepped in and said, Let's go inside. Xiao Dai is still waiting. Zhang Xianjing bit her lips unwillingly, but remained silent. Sometimes less talk is better. The more one talks, the more mistakes they make. She would take her revenge at the appropriate time. Yang followed old lady Mo and others into the courtyard. The Mo family lived in a row of villas with 5 floors each. The villas in the front, the servants' rooms at the back. The servants' rooms were slightly shorter but very grand, clearly indicating the family's prosperity. The interior was also top-grade luxury. Beautiful crystal chandeliers, delicate imported Persian carpets, huge leather sofas, and famous paintings could be seen everywhere. Any ordinary person who entered such a house would be amazed, like Granny Lu visiting the Grandview Gardens. Chapter 162. Home Visit. Li Xianxian commits suicide _4. But who was Yang? In her previous life as director what kind of scenario had she not experienced? She didn't see much in these trivialities. Seeing her so calm, Lady Mo couldn't help but take a few more looks at her. This child was a bit beyond her expectations. Looking at her attire, she didn't seem to be from a wealthy family. Yet, after seeing these things, there was no trace of greed in her eyes, just sheer clarity and tranquility. She didn't seem like a child in her teens, but more like someone who had been through 1,000 storms and held high positions. Perhaps, she indeed had the potential to achieve great things. They all went upstairs together, and just as they were stepping onto the top stair, Lady Zhang missed a step. Just as she was about to tumble backward onto the ground, someone gently grasped her hand, pulling with a clever force, stabilizing Lady Zhang's body immediately. She heard a soft voice beside her. Be careful, old lady. Looking up, Lady Zhang saw it was Yang who had assisted her, and she gratefully said, Thank you, young divine doctor. It was nothing. Yang replied with a light smile, 2 shallow dimples appearing on her cheeks. For a moment, Lady Zhang lost herself. She remembered that her Tingting also had such small dimples. Grandma, are you all right? Zhang Tingting, who was leading the way, noticed something was wrong. She stopped and held onto Lady Zhang's arm, asking concernedly. Only then was Lady Zhang jolted back to reality. She responded with a helpless smile. I'm fine. Yang softly reminded, the elderly may have trouble with mobility, you should pay more attention, sister. How amusing. Was Yang indirectly criticizing her lack of filial piety? Should she take a look at who she is first? A mere barefoot village doctor who accidentally cured Yang Gobeo's illness. What right does she have to judge her? For a moment, Zhang Xianjing was even more irritated. Yet she still smiled and said, Young divine doctor is correct, it was indeed my negligence this time. Thank you. Young divine doctor. Grandma, let us go in quickly. Yang said no further and followed everyone into the room. The moment she stepped into the room, Yang discreetly furrowed her brows. The air in the room wasn't pleasant, It was outright disagreeable. Anew looked around, realizing that all the doors and windows in the room were tightly closed, the curtains were drawn, and the only light was coming from a chandelier overhead. Based on the stale air, she guesstimated that the room had been closed off for at least 10 days, if not longer. Little Miss Mo Hudi, who was lying on the bed, was ominously pale and emaciated. If Wang Meifeng hadn't mentioned it earlier, Anew would never have guessed that this child was already 13 years old. Yang Guobao ran over to Mo Hudi with excitement. Xiao Dai, this is the sister Anew I told you about. Mo Hudi looked up at Anew, graced her with a light smile, and politely greeted, "Hello, Sister Anew." This Sister Anew was indeed as beautiful as Yang Guobao had claimed. Prettier even than Snow White on television. "Hello, Xiao Dai." Anew sat down, extending her hand towards Mo Hudi to feel her pulse. The air in the room grew still. Everyone was waiting for Anew to speak. After a while, Anew released her hand, raised Mo Hudi's chin and instructed, "Don't be nervous, close your eyes first. I need to check your pupils." Mo Hudi closed her eyes as instructed. After examining her pupils, Anew wore a complex expression. She looked up at Lady Mo and asked, "Has Xiao Dai been taking any medication lately? And did her condition improve after that?" "Yes." Lady Mo nodded. Anew continued, "Can you bring the medicine over for me to see?" "Certainly." Lady Mo nodded, retrieving a small red porcelain bottle from the drawer of the bedside table. After Anew received the porcelain bottle and sniffed it lightly, she proceeded, "The pills contain aconite, piperaceae, 7 dragon's grass, puraria root, cherry seed, snakeberry, dandelion, and other medicinal herbs. These herbs have astringent properties, warm regulation, and help to clear internal heat, but they have been erroneously prescribed for Xiao Dai's condition. If Xiao Dai seems to be improving, it is only due to the astringent properties working to alleviate her symptoms temporarily. This is treating the symptoms, not the cause. She must stop taking these immediately, because otherwise, within 3 days, not only will her condition not improve, but it will worsen to such an extent that it could be life-threatening." Anew spoke earnestly. There wasn't an ounce of jest in her expression. Lady Mo was taken aback. But this was personally sent by the divine doctor of Jiangnan. Chapter 163. Home Visit. Li Xianxia commits suicide _5. Could a medicine prescribed by the divine doctor be wrong? Moreover, Mo Hudi's condition has shown signs of improvement after taking the medicine. Could it be, as Anew said, a treatment of the symptoms but not the cause? One is the famous divine doctor of Jiangnan. The other is the divine doctor who cured Yang Guobao. For a moment, Elder Lady Mo was unsure about whom to trust. Seeing Elder Lady Mo's uncertainty, Anew continued, "I assume the divine doctor of Jiangnan has never met Xiao Dai in person, right?" Old Lady Mo nodded and said, "Although the divine doctor of Jiangnan has never met Xiao Dai in person, he is aware of her symptoms and medical history." Anew responded, "Even Confucius, a sage, made mistakes. Let alone the divine doctor of Jiangnan who has never met Xiao Dai. Misdiagnoses are normal." Hearing this, Elder Lady Mo found herself contemplating deeply. Did the divine doctor of Jiangnan actually misdiagnose? Upon hearing this, Xianxia almost laughed out loud. How shameless of Anew. Misdiagnosis? How could the divine doctor of Jiangnan possibly misdiagnose? And Anew, a novice village doctor, had the audacity to accuse the divine doctor of misdiagnosis? Absurd. Seeing Elder Lady Mo falling for Aneyang's words, Xianxia chuckled and said, "As far as I know, traditional Chinese medicine is divided into internal medicine, surgery, neurology, and dermatology. Considering the divine doctor of Jiangnan's reputation in treating complex cases, I don't think he could have misdiagnosed. After all, he has been practicing medicine for decades and is already 60, with no known instances of misdiagnosis. Furthermore, the illness Guobao had is epilepsy, a condition he was born with. It is entirely different from Xiao Dai's illness. Each doctor has their own specialty. Little doctor, I think it's too hasty for you to claim that the divine doctor of Jiangnan misdiagnosed, considering Xiao Dai's well-being." Xianxia spoke logically, persuading Elder Lady Mo to nod her agreement. Upon reflection, the divine doctor of Jiangnan seemed to be the more reliable choice. the divine doctor of Jiangnan has cured many people, while Anew has only cured Yang Guobao. Comparing their experience, Anew is far less qualified. Wang Meifeng wanted to say something but was stopped by Zhou Suhua. After all, life was at stake and they felt reluctant to interrupt. If Mo Hudi were to lose her life under Aneyang's treatment, Anew would be held responsible for her death. They invited Anew to help treat the illness, not to create hostility. As to whether they believe in Anew, it all depends on Elder Lady Mo. If anything were to happen, she wouldn't be able to blame anyone else. After some thought, Elder Lady Mo asked, "So little doctor, what is your treatment plan? And what is Xiao Dai suffering from?" Anew responded, "Xiao Dai is presently suffering from severe malnutrition and blood dryness caused by internal warmth diseases. That's why she has been bedridden." He paused before continuing, "My plan is to immediately open all the doors and windows in this room to let the air circulate. Then, Xiao Dai needs to eat more nutritious foods, especially fish and meat, to replenish her energy. Finally, I will prescribe a formula and use acupuncture treatment. Within 6 months, Xiao Dai will be cured." 6 months are just a conservative estimate. In fact, with Anew skill, it only takes 2 to 3 months for a full recovery. Elder Lady Mo frowned slightly, but the divine doctor of Jiangnan expressly urged against exposing Xiao Dai to sunlight or wind, and she is not allowed to eat oily and spicy foods. "Little doctor, are you sure your treatment will work?" This was a direct contradiction to the divine doctor of Jiangnan's orders. Anew explained, "Continuously closing doors and windows reduces air circulation, which can lead to indoor bacterial infection and weaken the body's immune system, especially in the case of someone like Xiao Dai who has been bedridden for a long time. As for diet, Xiao Dai's illness doesn't restrict her food intake. Constant dietary restrictions wouldn't alleviate her condition, but rather lead to malnutrition, worsening her illness." Aneyang's argument made sense, leaving Elder Lady Mo speechless. Zhang Xianjing sneered at him under her lowered eyes. Did this Anew actually consider himself a divine doctor? He had the audacity to refute the divine doctor of Jiangnan. How shameless! Zhang Xianjing looked at Anew and mockingly asked, "So you're saying that Xiao Dai must receive acupuncture?" "Yes," Anew nodded. "There's no other way." Zhang Xianjing continued, "But I heard that only seasoned practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine can perform acupuncture. After all, if a single acupoint is wrong, the consequences could range from paralysis to life-threatening." Chapter 164. Home Visit. Li Xianxian commits suicide _6. At these words, Mrs. Mo Sr. was taken aback. Xiao Dai was the only bloodline of her daughter left, which she could not risk endangering. No matter whether it was whole-body paralysis or life-threatening, she could not bear it. Seeing Mrs. Mo Sr. in extreme panic, Zhang Xianjing added, "Acupuncture isn't a joke, even some regular large hospitals dare not do it. Divine doctor, can you ensure it's completely safe?" Finally finding an opportunity for revenge and to show off in front of Mrs. Mo Sr., Zhang Xianjing naturally would not miss this opportunity. Once she saved Mo Hudi's life, Mrs. Mo Sr. would definitely thank her. At that time, she would become a great benefactor of the Mo family. Anew smiled lightly, saying, "Every operation carries a risk. I can't guarantee what might happen during the acupuncture treatment, but I can ensure that as long as the procedure goes smoothly and medication treatment is used in combination, Xiao Dai will definitely recover within half a year." Any highly skilled doctor would never give 100% guarantee to their patients. Because no one knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. No one can predict if there will be any rejection or loss of blood during the surgical procedure. Anew is just a doctor. She isn't a god. She can't stop accidents from happening. If an accident happens, then she would be labeled as a killer. Anew had witnessed too many medical disputes in her previous life, so she didn't want to risk her hard-earned second life by playing games with her future. Zhang Xianjing smiled. "Since the divine doctor cannot ensure it's completely safe, I think we should follow the method of the Jiangnan divine doctor. After all, the Jiangnan divine doctor has so much experience, Mrs. Mo. What do you think?" Mrs. Mo Sr. was in a dilemma now. As after all, Anew was recommended by Zhou Suhua. If she rejected Anew outright, she was afraid it would somewhat harm Zhou Suhua's face. But if she didn't refuse, it would risk Mo Hudi's life. Seeing Mrs. Mo Sr.'s dilemma, Yang smiled and said, "Practicing medicine and saving lives depends on destiny. Since Mrs. Mo Sr. doesn't trust me, I won't bother you anymore." Seeing Yang about to leave, Yang Guobao shouted anxiously, "Mrs. Mo, please trust Sister Yang. Sister Yang can truly save Xiao Dai." Zhang Xianjing walked to Yang Guobao, tenderly saying, "Good boy, don't interrupt while grown-ups talk." Yang Guobao pushed away Zhang Xianjing's hand, and quickly caught up to Yang. "Sister Yang." A malicious glimmer flashed in the depth of Zhang Xianjing's eyes. "Damn kid. Better if he falls and dies on the stairs." Mo Hudi turned her eyes to Mrs. Mo Sr. "Grandma," Mrs. Mo Sr. looked at Mo Hudi said, "Don't worry, Grandma knows what to do." After Wang Meifeng and Zhou Suhua greeted Mrs. Mo Sr. and Madame Zhang, they followed Yang. Wang Meifeng rushed to Yang, apologized. Yang, I'm sorry, making you run here in vain." Yang smiled and said, "It's okay, Auntie Wang. I'm inexperienced and young. It's understandable that everyone doesn't trust me. As for Xiao Dai's case, I just need to speak honestly and not regret. Trust cannot be forced." Hearing this, Zhou Suhua nodded in agreement on one side. "It's really good that you can think like this, Yang. Xiao Dai's case is complicated after all. If you insist on staying to treat her and something goes wrong, I'll be too late to explain." "Sister Yang, will Xiao Dai get better?" Yang Guobao was holding Yang's hand, his voice holding a bit of a sob. Yang bent down, gently comforting. "Guobao, don't worry. Xiao Dai has natural fortunes. She will definitely get better." "Really?" Yang Guobao wiped his tears. "Really?" Yang nodded. After getting in the car, Wang Meifeng finally got the chance to talk with Yang about other things. "And also Yang, everyone is reacting well to the skincare products you made. My colleagues have ordered 16 sets this time. Do you have any ready stock?" Wang Meifeng always reported good news, not worries. Hence Yang did not know that the skincare products were initially returned by her colleagues. Wang Meifeng originally thought of keeping the skincare products for herself if nobody else wanted to buy them. Unexpectedly, a truly good product has nothing to fear from slander and defamation. Whether it's good or not, everyone has eyes and can see for themselves. Chapter 165, Home Visit. Li Xianxian commits suicide. Yang nodded. "Sure, Aunt Wang, I will deliver it to you tomorrow morning." Zhou Suhua continued. Yang, it's still early, why don't you come and sit at our house for a while?" Upon hearing this, Yang Guobao tagged along excitedly. Yes. Sister Yang, come and play at my house with me. Later, I'll have my dad bring over my sister and Aunt Hua." Yang laughed. "I'm afraid I can't today. I have some things to do in the city center later. It will be enough trouble for Uncle Yang to stop the car up front." There had been ongoing renovations at the shop for more than 10 days, and now many trivial matters awaited Yang. Upon hearing this, Yang Guobao pouted immediately, portraying an unhappy appearance. Yang consoled, "Don't worry, Guobao, as soon as I have time, I'll definitely come and play at your house." "Really?" Yang Guobao was suddenly excited. "Really?" Yang nodded. "Sister Yang, let's make a pinky promise." Yang Guobao extended his little pinky to Yang. Yang hooked her little finger with his. "Pinky promise, hang a nail, no changing for 100 years, whoever changes will be a puppy." Yang Guobao exclaimed in surprise. "Sister Yang, you know this too?" Yang laughed softly. "Because I also grew up from your age." After Yang left, Mo Hudi had been taking her medication from the divine doctor of Jiangnan on time, and her condition was gradually improving. Seeing Mo Hudi getting better and better, the smile on old Lady Mo's face gradually increased. So many years had passed. She finally saw hope. The second day, the third day, Mo Hudi's condition remained very stable. By the afternoon of the third day, not only had Mo Hudi's condition not worsened as Yang had said, but she was even able to walk on her own. Old Lady Mo and Mo Fuhai were beside themselves with excitement. Old Lady Mo expressed her gratitude more than once, as it was fortunate that Zhang Xianjing was there to give timely advice, resulting in them not giving Mo Hudi acupuncture. If they had done the acupuncture, Mo Hudi would not have been in her current condition. Thank goodness! Old Lady Mo immediately sent a gift to Zhang Xianjing as a token of thanks. Upon seeing the gift, Zhang Xianjing knew that her judgment was not wrong. How could a despicable woman like Anew have the ability to heal? Fortunately, she acted fast and saved Mo Hudie's life. Seeing her daughter being so capable made Zheng Lingling extremely pleased. Xianjing, if you work hard, you can marry into the Mo family and become old lady Mo's granddaughter-in-law. Granddaughter-in-law? Zhang Xianjing sneered in her heart. Her target was not Mo Baichuan. Compared to that man, Mo Baichuan was not even 1 in 10,000. Xianjing, Zheng Lingling implored discontentedly, pushing Zhang Xianjing. Are you still thinking about the eldest of the Mo family, that disappointing sixth son? Zhang Xianjing did not reply. Zhang Lingling drew a long breath, speaking with seriousness. Xianjing, you are a smart girl. You've never given me any worries growing up. But why are you so infatuated with this? Mo Qishan is a loser. A loser that even Zhao Jingrong looks down on. Tell me, how on earth can you like such a person? Just wait and see. Zhao Jingrong will regret her refusal one of these days. Zhang Xianjing curled her lip. Zhang Lingling was scared half to death. My darling, you haven't really taken a liking to that loser, have you? Zhang Xianjing stood up and pushed Zhang Lingling out the door. Mother, stop worrying so much. I have this under control. Just remember, only the best man in the world is worthy of me. After returning to her room, Zhang Xianjing lay in bed. Her mind kept drifting back to that scene she had inadvertently witnessed half a year ago. If she wasn't mistaken, Mo Qishan was far more complicated than he appeared to be. So, she wanted to take a gamble on Mo Qishan. Now she needed to go to bed early, and then wake up early tomorrow to go congratulate the Mo family. Mo Qishan should have returned after being away for so long. However, chaos had descended upon the Mo family. Mo Hudie's condition suddenly worsened. It started with a low fever, then a high fever, and finally she fell into a coma. In the middle of the night, lights were on all over the Mo family's residence. Both practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine surrounded Mo Hudie's room. But none could determine the cause of her condition, let alone how to reduce her fever. Old Lady Mo was so worried that she was wiping away tears. What to do? What should they do now? At this critical time, it was Mo Fuhai who maintained his composure. Don't worry, don't worry. Maybe this is just a normal reaction to the medication. Mrs. Lin, call Miss Xianxia right now and ask the divine doctor what is going on. Yes, sir. I'll do it right away. On the other end of the phone, Li Xianxian's voice was terrible. She cried, I'm so sorry, grandfather and grandmother, I really didn't know that the divine doctor was lying to me. Mo Fuhai snatched the phone abruptly, angrily saying, that damn divine doctor dared to play with people's lives. Tell me, what's his name? Where does he live? Overwhelmed with sobs, Li Xianxian gasped for air. He committed suicide out of guilt. Mo Fuhai, a man who had lived through half his life filled with battles, lost control for the first time. He smashed the phone violently. On the other end of the line, a malicious curve tugged at the corner of Li Xianxian's mouth. Anew would be married to a man castrated by the heavens. Mo Hudie was also killed by someone. The two stumbling blocks were gone. Her second half of life was now worry-free. Il-1 Xianxian shed tears while picking up a pen and slowly writing 2 characters on the paper. Suicide note. In her nearly 1,000-word suicide note, she expressed all of her regret to Mo Hudie. She had wronged Mo Hudie, so she could only repay her with her own life. After finishing the suicide note, Li Xianxian picked up a sharp dagger and slowly slit her wrist's radial artery. Blood dripped onto the suicide note, reflecting the stark black and white characters. Half an hour later, the urgent alarm went off. An hour later, several police officers went to the Mo family, explained the situation with Li Xianxian to old lady Mo and Mo Fuhai, and handed them a copy of her suicide note. Comrade Li Xianxian is currently in critical condition. The hospital has issued 3 critical condition notifications. She is an orphan with no family. The only contact person is you, so please prepare yourselves. Old Lady Mo cried, why is Xianxian so foolish? Mo Fuhai also didn't expect that Li Xianxian would choose to prove her innocence through suicide. These continuous waves of events plunged the 2 elderly people into endless pain and self-blame. At this point the servant Mrs. Lin said, Old madam, there's someone who might be able to save Xiao Dai. Who? Mo Fuhai and old lady Mo grasped at this like the last straw. Mrs. Lin continued, It's that young divine doctor who came last time. Do you remember, old madam? He said that Xiao Dai's condition would worsen within 3 days. Today is the 3rd day. Chapter 166. Uncle and nephew standoff. Believe in Yang, yes. And Na Yang. Madame Mo took Auntie Lin's hand. Auntie Lin, contact the divine doctor Na Yang immediately. Auntie Lin responded, okay, I will contact him right away. Na Yang's home did not have a phone. If the Mo family wanted to get in touch with him, they had to contact Wang Mei Feng first. Unfortunately, after calling many times, no one answered. Madame Mo grew increasingly anxious. Just as she was considering sending the driver to the Yang family's home, they heard footsteps from within the house. Grandfather, grandmother. Mo Baichuan walked in with a few doctors in white coats trailing behind him. Baichuan. Seeing Mo Baichuan, Mo Qishan and Madame Mo felt like they saw a beacon of hope. Madame Mo hugged Mo Qishan tightly, sobbing softly. Grandma, don't worry. Xiao Dai is destined to be lucky. She will be all right. Mo Baichuan continued. By the way, I want to introduce Dr. Ace who came from overseas along with his students. Dr. Ace has an extraordinary medical skill and has even won an international award. Upon hearing this, Mo Fuhai and Madame Mo turned their attention to Dr. Ace and his students. Nice to meet you, Dr. Ace. Mr. and Mrs. Mo, nice to meet you. Mo Baichuan continued. Grandpa and Grandma, let Dr. Ace examine Xiao Dai first. Our family has already been swindled by a so-called divine doctor. We cannot afford to make the same mistake again. Medical science is advanced overseas. These so-called divine doctors should have been outdated long ago. Yes, Baichuan is right, Madame Mo nodded, leading Mo Baichuan and Dr. Ace upstairs. As soon as they entered the room, Dr. Ace said seriously, ignorance. Such plain ignorance. Sealing off windows and doors won't help the patient's disease, but rather cultivate bacteria. A patient's immunity is generally much lower than average, so you are bringing harm to her. Open the windows and doors immediately to maintain airflow in the room. These words were exactly what Na Yang had said. Madame Mo instructed people to open the doors and windows immediately. Fresh air from the outside flowed into the room, making the air inside much more pleasant. People usually have a pale face when having a fever, but Mo Hudi on the bed was pale as a ghost. The students prepared medical equipment while Dr. Ace conducted a full-body examination on Mo Hudi. Mo Baichuan checked his watch before saying, Grandpa and Grandma, I will leave for a while and come back soon. If Dr. Ace needs anything, please cooperate with him. Mo Fuhai nodded, you go first, no need to worry about us. Mo Baichuan grabbed his coat and hurried out. By this time, the sky was beginning to light up. Dr. Ace continued to examine Mo Hudi. The atmosphere in the room was tense as Mo Fuhai and Madame Mo waited anxiously. As time passed, Dr. Ace eventually put down his stethoscope. Mo Fuhai and Madame Mo immediately approached Dr. Ace. How is Xiao Dai, Dr. Ace? Is there any hope for her? Dr. Ace responded, given the current situation, there is generally no hope. However, there is one last method we can try. Tell us. Madame Mo hurriedly said. We will do anything to save Xiao Dai. Mo Fuhai echoed. Yes. Dr. Ace, as long as you tell us, we will cooperate. A total blood transfusion, Dr. Ace continued. However, this operation only has a 30% success rate. As guardians, please consider whether to proceed with this surgery. Total blood transfusion? Blood is the source of life in a human body. If all the blood drains out, accidents are likely to happen. A total blood transfusion might lead to multiple complications, and even if the patient recovers, their physical condition would not be as good as before. Na Yang had never mentioned a total blood transfusion before. Madame Mo was very hesitant at the moment. After a while, Madame Mo resolutely said, No, we won't. No. Dr. Ace almost thought he had misheard. Yes, we want. Madame Mo turned to Auntie Lin. Auntie Lin, immediately have old Wang take you to Gobeo's home and bring the divine doctor here. Compared with Dr. Ace's suggestion of a total blood transfusion, Madame Mo was now more inclined to believe in Na Yang. Chapter 167. Uncle and nephew confront each other. Trust in Yang 2. After all, everything Yang said 3 days ago had proven true. This time, she definitely wouldn't be fooled again. All right, madam. Aunt Lin turned and walked towards the door. Upon hearing these words, Dr. Ace angrily said, Lady Mo, what are you doing at such a critical moment? You're still choosing to trust those fraudulent quacks? Forgive me for saying, your Chinese backward medical approach, especially in a place where medical resources are not fully equipped, is impossible to provide hope for the treatment of difficult diseases. Xiao Dai may have been theoretically failed by the misapplication of medicine, but the actual murderer is the caregivers like yourselves. If they employ the procedure of blood replacement surgery, Mo Hudi has at least a 30% chance of recovery. If the Mo family continues to let quacks treat her, it's like pushing Mo Hudi directly into the grave. Preposterous. Absolutely ridiculous. Dr. Ace's face turned red with fury. Mo Fuhai continued, Dr. Ace, I don't deny that foreign medical technology is indeed very advanced, but you can't deny the existence of our divine doctor in China. The history of China has been handed down over 5,000 years and has produced many legendary doctors. Dr. Ace responded speechlessly, Now I finally know how the Qing dynasty fell. It's because of ignorant people like you. You will regret this. There will be no pill for regret later. As a doctor, the situation they hated the most was when patients clearly had a chance to survive, but were delayed by their family's decisions. Dr. Ace was so angry that he was at a loss for words. If it weren't for his students holding him back, he might have already turned violent. Let's go. Dr. Ace didn't want to stay here any longer. He led his students away from the Mo's house. Looking at Dr. Ace's retreating figure, Mo Fuhai turned to Lady Mo and asked, Erwin, have you really decided to trust this young divine doctor? Yes. Lady Mo nodded. I have faith in her, she'll be able to cure our Xiao Dai. Let's try it again. There was a far-off look in Mo Fuhai's eyes. Aunt Lin immediately went to Yang's house by car. It wasn't until approximate 2 hours later that the car once again appeared in front of the Mo family mansion. Lady Mo and Mo Fuhai personally met them at the door. Little divine doctor, you finally arrived. Madame Mo grabbed Yang's hand tightly, like a drowning person clutching the last straw for survival. Yang? When Mo Fuhai saw Yang, he was stunned. He hadn't expected that the divine doctor Lady Mo had been talking about was Yang. Seeing Yang somehow reassured him a lot, because he knew that Yang never did anything she wasn't confident about. Yang seemed a bit surprised too. Grandpa Mo? Lady Mo looked puzzled. Do you know each other? Mo Fuhai continued, Yang is the young friend I told you about who I met while fishing in Jianghu village. Lady Mo replied, What a wonderful coincidence. Little divine doctor, our Xiao Dai is in a critical situation right now. Please take a look at her quickly. All right. Yang nodded, and they head upstairs together. Compared to 3 days ago, Mo Hudi's current situation was far more severe. Xiao Dai. Lady Mo covered her mouth, sobbing in low voice. Her emotional state was nearing the breaking point. Mo Fuhai sighed deeply and patted Lady Mo's shoulder, comforting her. Xiao Dai will be all right. Yang sat by the bed, took Mo Hudi's pulse with a very serious face. A moment later, Yang took a pill from her bag and put it in Mo Hudi's mouth. Yang, how is Xiao Dai now? Mo Fuhai asked anxiously. Not hiding anything, Yang bluntly stated, the situation isn't good. What do we do then? Is there really no hope left? Mo Fuhai continued to ask. Yang continued, there's still hope, but you should mentally prepare for the worst. You'll first try acupuncture with Xiao Dai. If she wakes up after that, then some Chinese medicine should be able to cure her. As the saying goes, the higher the hope, the greater the disappointment. Given Mo Hudi's current condition, Yang couldn't give them much hope. She could only try her best. Mo Fuhai hesitated. So it seems, Xiao Dai's life or death depends on this acupuncture? Yes. Yang nodded. Although acupuncture has its risks, it's far safer than a complete blood transfusion. Chapter 168. Uncle and Nephew Standoff. Believe in Yang_3. Madame Mo continued. All right, we'll be troubling the young divine doctor then. Please start acupuncture for Xiao Dai. All right. Yang followed. Oh, 'twill also need a candle. Upon hearing this, a servant immediately went to prepare a candle. Anew opened her acupuncture kit, revealing a row of gold needles against the gray-white interior. These gold needles cost Anew 6 large Unity lottery tickets. Although silver needles were much cheaper, her master who taught her skills once told her that the effects of silver needles couldn't compare to gold needles. So, Anew gritted her teeth and bought gold needles instead. After leaving the Mo family, Dr. Ace found Mo Baichuan and lodged a complaint about Mo Fuhai and Madame Mo. After hearing Dr. Ace's words, Mo Baichuan also felt that his grandparents had acted improperly this time. After all, they had been deceived once. How could they still trust the so-called divine doctor this time? Such a muddle-headed decision. He was now curious to see what skills this so-called divine doctor had. After Mo Baichuan got out of his car, he quickly walked towards the villa. The moment he pushed the door open, he thought he was having an hallucination. The young girl was wearing a water-blue chest dress, wide-leg pants, and small leather shoes, just like a university student from oil paintings of the Republic of China. Mingming was plain and natural but had rosy lips and white teeth, beautiful yet bewitching. Was this Anew? Mo Baichuan had an ominous feeling. Could it be that Anew was the so-called divine doctor? This was too absurd, right? Without even thinking, he knew why Anew was here. She was just trying to catch his attention. Such people really stop at nothing. A look of disgust appeared on Mo Baichuan's face as he strode into the room. Hearing the sound, Madame Mo immediately looked up. Chuan Chuan is back. Suppressing his anger, Mo Baichuan replied, Grandmother, Dr. Ace is a renowned doctor in M country. How could you anger him away? He said that there's a 30% chance of success, so he definitely has the ability to cure Xiao Dai. Don't you realize that you're ruining Xiao Dai's life by doing this? That voice sounded familiar. While heating the gold needles over the candle, Anew glanced over. At first glance, she saw a face that annoyed her significantly. Why was he everywhere? Anew subtly averted her gaze and focused on the gold needles in her hand. What are you talking about, Chuan Chuan? Madame Mo said, I'm Xiao Dai's biological grandmother. Why would I harm Xiao Dai? If anyone's going to harm Xiao Dai, it's going to be Dr. Ace. Rest easy. The young divine doctor will definitely cure Xiao Dai. Mo Fuhai nodded. Your grandmother is right. Young divine doctor. Mo Baichuan scoffed, his words full of disdain. You mean the noodle seller? The noodle seller? Hearing this, Madame Mo and Mo Fuhai both looked stunned. Mo Baichuan continued, Grandpa, Grandma, you don't know yet, do you? The young divine doctor you speak of is actually a noodle seller. All right, Grandmother, the breakfast you eat every day is made by her. At this, not only were Madame Mo and Mo Fuhai stunned, even Anew was shocked. So, the old lady was Madame Mo. Fate truly is a mysterious thing. Before Madame Mo and Mo Fuhai could speak, Mo Baichuan continued, Grandma, Grandpa, don't tell me you believe that a noodle seller can cure Xiao Dai? If she were truly so skillful, would she be selling noodles? Just as Anew was about to speak, a deep voice suddenly came from outside the door. What's wrong with selling noodles? Can't a noodle seller be talented? Great nephew, aren't you brought up on grains as well? What right do you have to look down on noodle sellers? What right do you have to deny Xianxia's abilities? The man outside the door walked in against the light, his handsome features gradually appearing in the air. Interestingly enough, Anew also recognized this man. While he winked at Anew, he walked towards her. Yang, my great-nephew is born in the year of the dog, so he loves to bite people when he has nothing to do. Don't bother with him. I believe you can cure Xiao Dai. Brother Mo. Anew looked at him a bit joyfully. Counting the days, she hadn't seen Mo Chishan for 2 or 3 months now. Mo Baichuan hadn't expected that Anew, just to get close to him, actually hooked up with Mo Chishan too. That's just terrifying. Uncle Six, you've been deceived by this little girl. She's not as simple as you think. The usually calm and composed Mo Chishan was now blushing with anger. He loosened his tie in frustration. Chapter 169. Uncle and Nephew Standoff. Believe in Yang under 4. Mo Baichuan continued. She's just trying to get my attention. That's why she's not leaving any stone unturned to approach you all. Mo Chishan let out a faint laugh, looking at Mo Baichuan up and down, before speaking in a slow tone. Nephew, you're flattering yourself a bit too much. Why would Yang neglect a good-looking person like herself for Mo Baichuan? Is Mo Baichuan even 1/10 as good-looking as she is? Mo Baichuan took a deep breath. Everything I said is true. Until today, she tried to approach me in many ways, but I rejected all her attempts. She's a woman full of schemes. Nonsense. Mo Fuhai stood up and said, Yang is not that kind of person. Having known Yang for a while, Mo Fuhai deeply acknowledged her upbringing and character. Grandfather, Uncle 6. Yang's aim is simple. She wants to please you all, then marry me smoothly and become the eldest son's wife of the Mo family. You all better wake up. Mo Baichuan could hardly wait for his family members to see Yang's true colors. This woman is too intimidating, to the extent where she is able to fool all the members of the Mo family. Yang is not blind, would she choose you, nephew? Mo Qishan said as he turned to look at Mo Baichuan, pointing to his own head. I'm beginning to suspect that there's something wrong here, and it's more than just a little. After finishing the sentence, Mo Qishan slightly leaned towards Yang. Yang, don't mind him, he's not in his right mind. You just continue to help Xiao Dai with the acupuncture treatment. Okay, brother Mo. Yang nodded. Seeing how close Yang and Mo Qishan were made Mo Baichuan even more infuriated. Uncle 6, you'll get Xiao Dai killed by doing this. Mo Baichuan turned his head to look at Grandma Mo and Mo Fuhai. Grandfather, Grandma, please believe me, Yang is just a noodle seller, how can she possibly cure Xiao Dai? Uncle 6, even if you're fooled by this woman, you can't just watch Xiao Dai walk toward the dead end. No matter how useless Mo Qishan is to the Mo family, his seniority is there. He will always be Mo Baichuan's Uncle 6. The Mo family places great emphasis on respecting the elders, and thus, Mo Baichuan can't confront Mo Qishan. He can only seek help from Mo Fuhai, and Grandma Mo Qishan never found this nephew annoying before. But now, he found Mo Baichuan irritating every aspect. Upon hearing this, Mo Qishan's face immediately darkened. Why can't a noodle seller have medical skills? Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, had been a beggar and a food peddler before he ascended to the throne. Can you deny his ability to govern because of his past? Nephew, have you been feeding your textbooks to dogs? So, you've only picked up the skill to look down upon others? Yang looked at Mo Qishan with surprise. Did Mo Qishan just show tough love? Surprisingly, this man is quite just. The corners of Yang's mouth slowly curve into a soft arch, and her dimples appeared shallowly, like they could depress anyone beyond redemption. Mo Qishan subtly moved a little bit away, his figure blocking Mo Baichuan's view quite efficiently. So now, only he could see that smile. Mo Baichuan clenched his fists. Uncle 6, you're going to regret this. Mo Qishan turned again to Yang, hooking his lips. Yang, will you make me regret this? Of course not. Yang answered casually, as she pierced the last golden needle into Mo Hudi's Bai Hui acupoint. The needle just went in, and immediately turned black. At the same time, Mo Hudi, who was lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. Xiao Dai! Both Mo Fuhai and Grandma Mo exclaimed in unison. Grandma and Grandpa, Mo Hudi spoke in a weak voice. What happened to me? Grandma Mo was overwhelmed with joy and started to cry. It's all right, Xiao Dai, you're all right now. Mo Baichuan was stunned. Was this a coincidence, or just pure luck? Aside from her beauty, how could Yang possibly save people's lives? Mo Qishan glanced at Mo Baichuan, then walked over to Yang. Yang, thank you. You're welcome. Yang gave the prescription she had written to Mo Baichuan. According to this prescription, prepare the medicine, once a day, continuous for 3 months, Xiao Dai will be fully healed. Mo Qishan took the prescription. Okay. Grandma Mo walked over, holding Yang's hand. She was so overwhelmed with emotions that she didn't know what she was supposed to say. Mo Qishan gently joked. Mom, you're going to scare Yang. I'm just too happy, too excited. Grandma Mo choked back her tears. Little divine Dr. Yang, I can't thank you enough. Thank you. Chapter 170. Uncle and Nephew Standoff. Believe in Yang_5. Yang smiled slightly. Madam, you don't need to do this, it's all part of a doctor's duty. Mo Baichuan stood by. with a very complicated look on his face. Now, he finally understood that Ni Yang's medical skills were genuine. Her desire to be close to him was also real. Perhaps, from the very beginning, she was seeking an opportunity through curing Mo Hudi to gain his recognition. This game she was playing, it was much bigger than he thought. Old Madame Mo turned her gaze to Mo Baichuan. Chuan, aren't you going to apologize to Xianxia? I will never apologize to this kind of woman. Mo Baichuan left angrily after giving Ni Yang a glance. On the side, Mo Kishin's eyes flashed dangerously, but it disappeared quickly. Once she confirmed that Mo Hudi was out of danger, Ni Yang left a small bottle of pills and proposed to leave. Old Madame Mo said, I will have the driver take you. Mo Chishin picked up his coat with a smile. I will take Xianxia home. Ni Yang smiled and said, Then I have to trouble brother Mo? This was her chance to thank Mo Chishin alone. To thank him for his trust and protection. Mo Baichuan looked at Ni Yang, and all that was left in his eyes were 4 words. Putting on a show. She was deliberately getting close to Mo Chishin just to make him jealous. Otherwise, she would have never taken an interest in Mo Chishin, a man who has never achieved anything. Mo Chishin, who had never achieved anything and also had simple thinking, was being used by Ni Yang. Although he wanted to pull Mo Chishin out of the mud, if Mo Chishin didn't want to stand up but instead chose to roll in the mud, it wasn't surprising that Zhao Jingrong had broken off their engagement. He deserved it. Mo Chishin and Ni Yang walked shoulder to shoulder towards the downstairs, followed by old Madame Mo and Mo Fuhai. As they walked down the stairs, they saw the elegantly dressed Zhang Xianjing walking in from the outside. As soon as Zhang Xianjing saw Ni Yang, her smile froze on her face, followed by an expression of thick sarcasm. How dare Ni Yang, who nearly killed Mo Hudi, show her face here? Didn't she have any shame? Zhang Xianjing steadied her heart and walked up to the group, greeting them politely. Grandfather Mo, Grandma Mo, 6th Uncle Mo. When old Madame Mo saw Zhang Xianjing, her smile was nowhere to be seen. She only curtly replied, Xianjing is here. If it weren't for Zhang Xianjing's meddling 3 days ago, Mo Hudi wouldn't have suffered, nor come close to death. What on earth is going on? Zhang Xianjing began to sweat nervously. By all rights, she had saved Mo Hudi's life. Old Madame Mo shouldn't react this way. What went wrong? Just yesterday afternoon, old Madame Mo had sent her a thank you gift. No, she had to shift the blame onto Ni Yang. Zhang Xianjing looked at Ni Yang and laughed. Little divine doctor, why have you come again? Do you think Grandfather Mo and Grandma Mo are easy to fool? Do you know, 3 days ago, you nearly killed Xiao Dai. If not for her timely intervention, Mo Hudi would already be dead. Old Madame Mo turned her gaze to Zhang Xianjing. Xianjing, some issues should be left alone after a new chapter has begun. I didn't want to bring this up, but since you did, it's necessary that I say this. You, who don't even understand the basic medical knowledge, should refrain from acting as if you know everything. Otherwise, innocent people will be affected. Also, Xianxia is now a benefactor to our Mo family, so I hope you show her more respect in the future. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xianjing was Zhang's granddaughter, old Madame Mo would definitely have held her responsible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xianjing visibly panicked. What did old Madame Mo mean? What did she mean by implicating innocent people? What did she mean by Ni Yang being the benefactor of the Mo family? After a while, Zhang Xianjing finally found her voice. Grandma Mo, what happened to Xiao Dai? Old Madame Mo snorted coldly. Thanks to you, Xiao Dai hasn't died yet. Having said that, old Madame Mo walked right past Zhang Xianjing. Zhang Xianjing's face turned pale. What on earth had happened? Having seen Ni Yang to the door, Mo Chishin said, Okay, Dad, Mom, you can go back to your room now. I'll take care of Xianxia. After Mo Fuhai and old Madame Mo advised them to be careful, they turned and went back to their room. In a blink of an eye, only Mo Chishin and Ni Yang remained in the air. Mo Chishin then said, Xianxia, wait for me here for a moment while I fetch the car. Chapter 171. Uncle and Nephew Standoff. Believe in Xianxia _6. Okay. Ni Yang nodded. Shortly after, Mo Chishin pushed over a Phoenix-branded bicycle. Xianxia, don't look at me as Mo Baichuan's uncle. Actually, in everyone's eyes, I'm nothing but a wastrel who only knows indulgences, resented by all for being mediocre. Every person in my family is more accomplished than me. Even my fiancé has broken off our engagement because of this. I don't even have my own car at home. If you mind, I can drive one of the family's cars. Yang leaned to sit on the bike's back seat, smiling. It's all right, a bicycle is pretty good. After her rebirth, she had cycled almost daily, yet had never tried the back seat. Yang, Chishan continued. Knowing that I'm a wastrel despised by everyone, would you still be willing to be friends with me? Yang slightly smiled, responding, Why wouldn't I? I'm friends with you because of who you are, not your status. When she first met Chishan, Yang didn't know about his status. Status is not important. All she needed to know was that Chishan was a person worth trusting. Hearing this, Chishan's mouth traced into a smile. Then, let's get going. Hold on tight, Yang. The moment he finished speaking, Chishan pedaled forward, and the bicycle shot off like an arrow that left the bowstring. Yang never knew that a bicycle could be ridden so fast, and she was so frightened that she tightly clutched the corner of Chishan's clothes. There was a gust of fresh wind carrying a mild scent of tobacco. In a short while, they reached Jianghu village. The bike was going too fast. Before the villagers could make out who was on the back seat, the bike had already disappeared from their sight. Wasn't that Yang just now? It looked a bit like her. Could the guy pedaling the bike be Yang's boyfriend? He looks rather handsome. That lad does indeed seem spirited, but he was riding so fast, I didn't get a good look. I was thinking of introducing Yang to my nephew last time, but it looks like I won't get the chance now. I was planning to introduce Yang to my baby brother. Such a pity. Although the relationships between men and women at that time were not completely liberal, it was still acceptable for boyfriends and girlfriends to date normally, as long as they weren't behaving indecently and kissing or cuddling in public places. As they approached the Ni family's house, Chishan stopped the bike. Yang, you should hurry home. In response, Yang said, Let's ride over, and you can have a cup of tea before leaving. Aren't you scared your mom will misunderstand? Chishan looked at her surprisingly. Happiness came so fast that he was a bit overwhelmed. Yang laughed. If you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. What's so frightening about this? So Chishan didn't refuse any further and rode the bike in. Tsuehua and Chenggue were having a conversation in the courtyard. Seeing someone coming, they both looked in that direction. Chenggui's first reaction was, My goodness, this lad is handsome. He looked like an attractive actor fresh off the TV screens. Xiaoma. Tsuehua looked surprised at Chishan. Although she had only met Chishan once, she deeply remembered his face, because at that time, she had thought of taking Chishan as her son-in-law. Hello, Auntie. Chishan greeted politely. Yang hopped off the back seat of the bike. Brother this is Auntie Ni. Hello, Auntie Ni. Chenggue smiled. Hello. Xiaoma, come on in and sit. Tsuehua enthusiastically ushered Chishan into the living room. Yang took out some snacks from her house to entertain Chishan. Brother don't be shy. Eat whatever you want. Looking at the table full of snacks, Chishan was indeed not shy and immediately peeled a piece of candy. It was quite sweet. Brother have some tea. Yang then handed over a hot cup of tea. Chishan stood up immediately, accepting the cup with both hands. Yang, you don't need to go through all the trouble, I'll be leaving shortly. Yang smiled. It's okay, it's just a cup of tea. Chishan took a cautious sip of the green tea. The tea had a strong aroma, yet it was sweet. The taste was excellent. A while later, a bang-bang sound came through the air. Chishan looked up in confusion. What's that noise? Yang explained. That's my mom pounding aloe vera. Pounding aloe vera? Yang laughed. Come on, Brother let me show you. Chishan followed Yang's steps into the courtyard. There, they saw Tsuehua holding a large mallet, pounding something in a stone mortar. Inside the mortar was a pale green transparent liquid, emitting a faint fragrance. Chapter 172. Uncle and Nephew Standoff. Believe in Yang under the 7. Tsuehua is drenched in sweat. Chishan rolls up his sleeves, revealing a robust and powerful wrist, approaches Tsuehua. Auntie, let me do it. Tsuehua paused for a moment, then smiled. No need, you're our guest. We can't have you do this. Mo Chishan said, It's fine, auntie, I needed some exercise anyway. Without waiting for Tsuehua to respond, he grabs the pestle from her and starts pounding. The strength of a man was far greater than that of a woman. The bulky wooden pestle seemed weightless in Mo Chishan's hands. It seems that having a man in the house does have its advantages. Tsuehua watches the young man before her, a satisfied expression in her eyes. Yang, you stay here and chat with Xiaoma, I'll go check on Yun. All right, Mum, you go. Yang nods in agreement. Mo Chishan looks up at Yang. Yang, what are you using this mashed aloe for? Yang responds, for skincare products. Skincare products? Mo Chishan pondered for a moment, then continued, So do you do this every day? Yang nods. Almost. Sounds exhausting. Manual labor like this isn't suited for a girl like you, Mo Chishan added. Have you ever considered buying a blender? It could mash up all these aloes directly. Yang, of course, had thought about this before. Currently, the market for aloe vera gel and facial cleanser was booming. Fresh aloe juice was needed almost every day. If she continued to manually mash the aloes, it would not only drain her physical strength but also waste time. However, because technology at this time was not well developed, many advanced machines needed to be imported from abroad. Imported products were not only expensive but also scarce. Typically, customers had to pre-order from the seller. Moreover, the inconvenient transportation and poor economy significantly restricted the circulation of goods. It was not easy for ordinary people to purchase everyday goods. Even for Yang, she had yet to find a way to buy a blender. Mo Chishan seemed to understand Yang's predicament. He then said, I happen to have a friend who deals with these imported machines. I can ask him for you. Really? Yang looked up in surprise, a flicker of joy in her eyes. Yes. Mo Chishan nodded. Why would I lie to you? Thank you so much, brother Mo. Yang said, if indeed Mo Chishan could help her find a solution, it would be a massive help for her. Mo Chishan laughed and replied, It's just a matter of a phone call. No need to thank me. Mo Chishan pounded the aloe non-stop without appearing to get tired. Even after a long period, there wasn't a single drop of sweat on his forehead. Yang tried to take over but was refused by Mo Chishan. He couldn't possibly stand by while a frail girl did such heavy work. His hands gripped the wooden pestle. Due to his excessive force, the veins on the back of his hands stood out. His hands were well-proportioned and muscular, any hand fetishist's dream. In a short while, the aloe was pounded into a thick paste. Yang began to laugh. Brother Mo, that's enough. That's enough? Mo Chishan looked stunned. He thought he was supposed to continue until nightfall. If he had known this, he would have pounded slower. Mo Chishan puts down the pestle. Are you sure this is enough? Yes, Yang nods. It's enough. Thank you for your hard work today, brother Mo. Mo Chishan smiles, saying, It wasn't tiring at all. Consider it my daily workout. It was already in the afternoon. After resting at the family residence for a bit, Mo Chishan decided to take his leave. Yang said, It's already late, why don't you stay for dinner, brother Mo? Despite his desire to stay, Mo Chishan refused diplomatically. How could he impose himself on a family he had visited for only the second time? What if he left a frivolous impression on Yang and Tsuehua? He wanted to be perceived as a well-mannered young man. Mo Chishan was also a pragmatic person. On his way home, he stopped by the village's local store and bought some cigarettes and candies. These items altogether cost him 50 yuan, which made the store owner grin from ear to ear. 50 yuan. Normally, it would take him 10 days to sell this much. This young man was incredibly generous, like the god of wealth reincarnated. Young man, you seem unfamiliar. Are you related to someone in the village? The store owner asked. Old man, I'm a friend of Yang. The store owner nods his head. Oh, you're a friend of Yang. Wait a minute, young man. With a puzzled expression, Mo Chishan pauses. The store owner grabbed a handful of candies and shoved them into Mo Chishan's hands. Yang is a good girl who has been very helpful to all of us. If he had known earlier that this young man was a friend of Yang, he would have given him a discount. After leaving the store, if Mo Chishan saw a man, he would offer a cigarette. If he encountered a woman or a child, he would give out candies. All along the way, he gained praises from the villagers. A few children recognized Mo Qishan. "Brother Mo, we remember you. Are you here to see Sister Anew?" Mo Qishan squats down and ruffles their hair. "I remember you too. You're Penghu, Xiaohua, and Gooden, right?" "Yes, yes, yes. Brother Mo, you're so smart." Hence, besides the beautiful sister Anew, a handsome brother Mo was added into the children's hearts. After Mo Hudi was out of danger, Mo Fuhai and Madame Mo finally found some time to visit Xianxia in the hospital. However, the elderly couple didn't manage to see Xianxia. They only saw the police officers standing guard outside the ICU ward. Xianxia was in critical condition due to her deep wounds. Mo Fuhai approaches one of the officers. "Officer, how is the investigation into the divine doctor of Jiangnan going? Our Xiaodai had no grievance with him. He couldn't possibly harm Xiaodai without a reason. There must be someone behind all of this." Chapter 173. Mr. Mogg, humble and mysterious, invites guests to dinner under one. Mo Fuhai was no fool. He knew that there were still many twists and turns to this issue that needed to be unraveled. They had never seen the divine doctor from Jiangnan. It was impossible for him to deliberately prescribe the wrong medication to Mo Hudi. Moreover, the divine doctor had no reason to ruin his lifelong reputation. After all, the title of divine doctor is not easily attained in a short time, and his current honor was hard-won. The only person related to the whole incident about Mo Hudi was Xianxia. Mo Fuhai couldn't believe that Xianxia had no fault in it as well. The officer looked at the file in his hands and said, "Mr. Mo, don't worry, we will thoroughly investigate this matter. According to our current investigation, the suspect's full name is Feng Zhizhong, from Dongwu City, and he's 61 years old this year." Feng Zhizhong? At these words, both Mrs. Mo and Mo Fuhai were stunned. Mrs. Mo suddenly grabbed the officer's hand, her emotions out of control. "What did you say his name is?" "Feng Zhizhong." Mo Fuhai continued, "Feng as in square, Zhi as in wisdom, and Zhong as in middle?" "Yes." Officer nodded. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Mo Fuhai asked, "Does he have any other family members?" "No." The officer shook his head. The suspect, Feng Zhizhong, had a son, but unfortunately, he died in a car accident 10 years ago. "It's him." Mrs. Mo burst into tears. "It's him. He came for revenge." Mo Fuhai's expression also darkened. No wonder. Seeing the old couple's reactions, the police asked, "What's going on?" Mo Fuhai sighed. "It's all old history. We didn't think that he would lie in wait until now because of this." Hey, race the story. 10 years ago on a stormy night, Mo Hudi's parents had a car crash with a black car on their way home. Mo Hudi's parents and the driver of the black car were killed on the spot. That black car driver's father was Feng Zhizhong. No wonder the divine doctor from Jiangnan refuses service to people surnamed Mo and Yang, because Mo Hudi's father's surname was Yang. No wonder the divine doctor never reveals his face. So, that was the reason. After hearing this, the two officers also sighed. "Does Xianxia know about the grudges and grievances between Feng Zhizhong and your Mo family?" the police continued to ask. "Or does anyone else know about this?" If Xianxia knew about this, then it could be inferred that Xianxia deliberately told the Jiangnan divine doctor about it. If this is the case, then the divine doctor is the principal culprit, and Xianxia would be the accomplice. Mo Fuhai shook his head. "Apart from Xianxia, no one in Beijing knows about it. We moved to Beijing after the incident happened." The Mo family's ancestral home, in fact, was in Jiangnan too. And Xianxia was just a 10-year-old child at that time. How could she possibly know about these things? Most importantly, the incident was taboo in the Mo family. The people who knew about it kept it among themselves, so no one would talk about it. Xianxia couldn't possibly foresee this. "Could it be that someone in your family talked about this?" the officer continued to ask. "That should not be it," Mo Fuhai replied. "This incident is taboo in our Mo's family. No one dares to mention it generally. With the case progression till now, it could basically be closed as malicious revenge because the only main suspect is already dead. But, for the sake of caution, the police wouldn't easily close the case." Mrs. Mo clutched her face and sobbed. "We should have suspected it earlier, when he said that he would not treat people with Mo and Yang surnames. We should have been on guard then. Poor Xianxian got implicated," Mo Fuhai sighed. Xianxia and the child wasn't at fault, the main responsibility is on us, we were careless. The police left the hospital after taking their statements. Mo Fuhai and Mrs. Mo found Li Xiangxian's chief doctor. Dr. Wang, how is Xianxian now? Dr. Wang looked very serious. The patient's current situation is very critical, her will to survive is very weak. Whether she will wake up or not depends on her fate. Mrs. Mo continued. Can we go in and see her now? The doctor shook his head. Not yet, she needs to be transferred to the general ward after a week. Only then can her family visit. Chapter 174. Low-key and mysterious Mr. Mog, treating guests to a meal under Sir 2. In the center of Beijing, there is an upscale tea house. Many business people choose to negotiate here, and of course besides businessmen, there are also many high-ranking officials and wealthy young masters. In an antique private room, the subtle music notes and the scent of sandalwood fill the room, giving an illusion of being in an ancient time. Through the colorful beaded curtain, one can vaguely hear respectful work reports. If you listen carefully, you'll find that these voices are all speaking very good French. Mr. Mog, at 10:30 tomorrow morning, someone will come from M country. Who do you think we should get to meet them at the airport? Also, the heads of the Li, Wang, and Zhao families have all invited you to their parties. Shall we just reject them all as we have always done before? The man lazing on the sofa has a cigarette between his fingers. The smoky haze blurs his handsome features. When he speaks, it's also in fluent French. My time is not to be spent on irrelevant people. For everything else you can handle it. By the way, I see that Mo Baichuan has been quite idle recently. Figure out some work to give him. At this, everyone looked incredulously at the man on the sofa. When did Mo Baichuan offend Mr. Mog? With Mr. Mog's status, the Mo family wouldn't even be worth mentioning in his sight. There's no need for him to go out of his way to make life difficult for a small fry like Mo Baichuan. I have to go, I have other things to attend to. The man crushes his cigarette, stands up, and heads for the exit without giving the others a chance to respond. Two foreign assistants with blonde hair and blue eyes immediately stand to see him out. Just as he's almost at the door, the man pauses as though recalling something. He looks back and says, "Oh, and get me a blender imported, good quality." After a pause, he adds, "It's for making skincare products." Skincare products? The two assistants are taken aback. When did Mr. Mog start going into the skincare business? When do you need it? By tomorrow at the latest. The man responds. All right. Though it's hard to import products at such short notice, especially obscure items like blenders, no one questions who Mr. Mog is. As long as he gives the word, even the stars would be plucked from the sky and personally delivered to him. Wherever he goes, Mr. Mog is a symbol of power. After giving these instructions, the man leaves the tea house, leaving the two assistants looking at each other in bewilderment. Zhao Jingrong, dressed flamboyantly, walks into the main hall of the tea house. Because she received reliable gossip that Mr. Mog would be visiting the tea house today, Zhao Jingrong naturally came to accidentally bump into Mr. Mog. With her credentials, as long as she's willing to put in the effort, and as long as Mr. Mog isn't blind, he is sure to fall for her. Once she wins over Mr. Mog, then she will be the most honored woman in the entire Beijing. With this thought, Zhao Jingrong lifts her chin high, her eyes filled with disdain wherever they fall. Suddenly, Zhao Jingrong tenses up. The familiar figure ahead looked somewhat familiar. The first thing that meets her gaze are polished leather shoes, then tailored custom suit pants, a white shirt paired with a black suit, a very successful businessman's attire. Moving further up, there's a sexy Adam's apple, a delicate jawline, thin lips, a high and straight nose like it was carved from a knife, and the slightly uplifted phoenix eyes, filled with infinite light, are like the starry sea. There's no lack of handsome people in this circle, but ones as handsome as this man are hard to come by. Zhao Jingrong's heart skips a beat wildly, but in the next second, the admiration in her eyes is completely replaced by thick disgust. Because she suddenly recognizes that this man is none other than her ex-fiancé, Mo Qishan. What a shame, such a good-looking face. How did it end up on Mo Qishan's face? If Mo Qishan wasn't a complete loser, he might have been worthy of her. What a pity. She doesn't need to guess why Mo Qishan would show up here. He must have known that she would come here today, so he came here to wait by the rabbit's den, hoping to create an accidental meeting. Such a man is really horrifying. Isn't he done already? They're clearly divorced, yet he still wants to pester her. Just like a fly. Disgusting. Chapter 175. Mr. Mogg, humble and mysterious, invites guests to dinner. As for a lady of her caliber, how could she possibly be suitable for a good-for-nothing like Emochishan? Zhao Jingrong swallowed her disgust and walked straight to Emochishan. Emochishan? Yes. Emochishan raised an eyebrow slightly. Zhao Jingrong angrily said, Emochishan, what the hell do you want? Didn't I make it clear when I was at your Missouri family's place last time? We won't have any relationship in the future. Can you please be aware of your own situation? Is it fun to keep pestering me like this? Does he have no shame at all? Emochishan chuckled. Ma'am, it seems like you're the one who's not realizing your own situation. Is it fun to throw yourself at me like this? Throw herself at him? Would she throw herself at this loser? Zhao Jingrong snorted lightly, her eyes filled with sarcasm. I would throw myself at you? Don't daydream. If that's not the case, could you please step aside? Emochishan looked down on Zhao Jingrong and spoke slowly. Good dogs don't stand in the way. The last sentence, although a dirty retort, came off rather elegantly from his lips, without a hint of discord. With that, Emochishan pushed past Zhao Jingrong, strides towards the exit whilst taking out a handkerchief from his pocket to carefully wipe his fingers, as if they'd been dirted. Upon passing a garbage bin, he promptly threw the soiled handkerchief in. This scene had Zhao Jingrong trembling with fury. For someone so despised, how dare he treat her like this? Emochishan walked directly out to the tea room, pushing away a Phoenix brand bicycle and left. A bicycle? This loser isn't even ashamed of riding an old bicycle. Indeed, you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. Seeing this, Zhao Jingrong's eyes filled with disdain, and much of her anger dissipated. Although a bicycle is a rarity in this era, and an unattainable luxury for the average family, in the wealthy circles, the cost of a bicycle is less than what they'd spend on an afternoon tea. Emochishan will only ever amount to riding a bicycle in this life. Second floor of the tea room. Two blonde-haired, blue-eyed men stood on the balcony. One of them exclaimed, Why would our Mr. Mogg go out on a bicycle? It just didn't fit his persona. For someone like Mr. Mogg at the very least, he should be chauffeured around in a private jet, or if not, at least a car. What the hell is with the bicycle? Who would believe that the mighty Mr. Mogg's vehicle of choice would be a bicycle? If they hadn't seen it for themselves. It's truly a subversion of one's sense of reality. Another replied, Mr. Mogg keeps a low profile. I've heard even his parents and friends don't know about his achievements. My God! That's seriously low-key. Ordinary people, if they have any achievement, can't wait for everyone to know about it. But Mr. Mogg, he keeps his success to himself. Ni family's home. Ni Yang's skincare products have been selling extremely well recently. Ni Yang calculated that she had made 2,000 yuan so far from her skincare line. Adding in her previous savings and deducting daily expenses, Ni Yang currently had a total of 4,250 yuan in her account. Just then the voice of Ni Tsuehua could be heard from outside. Yang Xiaomo's here. Ni Yang promptly put away the money. Oh, he's here. Emochishan didn't arrive alone. A man who looked somewhat like a sidekick accompanied him. Brother Emo. Emochishan nodded. This is my friend, Wu Dawning. He's the middleman dealing with those imported mixers. Hello, Sister Yang. Wu Dawning bowed his head to Ni Yang. Sister Yang? Is she that old? It felt rather awkward to be called Sister Yang by someone who looked nearly twice her age. Ni Yang was taken aback for a moment, then said, Hello, Mr. Wu. Wu Dawning was shocked. Sister Yang, there's no need for formalities. We're all friends here. Just call me by my first name. Call him Mr. Wu. He's afraid that Brother Six will beat him up. Emochishan continued, Yang, the mixer that Wu Dawning brought over for you is here. Really? Ni Yang was somewhat surprised. Yep. Emochishan nodded. It's in the yard right now, come and take a look. Ni Yang followed Emochishan out. There was a blue farm truck parked with a grayish-green machine in the yard. The machines of this period hadn't undergone much improvement, so they were quite heavy and bulky. Chapter 176. Mr. Mogg, humble and mysterious, invites guests to dinner under 4. Yang, does this look okay to you? Mo Chishan continued to ask. Yang nodded. Yes, it's okay. Thank you, Brother Mo. Mo Chishan smiled faintly. No need to thank me. I didn't do much. Yang turned to Wu Darning. How much does this machine cost? Wu Darning said. 500 yuan. 500 yuan? Is it so cheap? As far as Yang knew, ordinary color TVs in the market are selling at high prices of 1,000 to 1,500 yuan now. Regular black and white TVs are also around 500 to 600 yuan. Not to mention large items like a blender. Yang had previously asked about prices from secondary dealers too, to know that the price of a blender starts from at least a 5-figure sum. And even with such a high price, it wasn't available immediately. There was a waiting time, and an uncertain one at that. This 500 yuan was beyond Yang's expectations. Seeing Yang's reaction, Wu Darning rushed to say, Sister Yang, if you think it's expensive, we can still negotiate the price. No, it's not that, Yang continued. Won't you lose money if you sell it to me for 500 yuan? Wu Darning laughed. No. How can we businessmen make a loss? Sister Yang, let me tell you the truth. This machine was previously reserved by another buyer who paid 2/3 of the deposit but later breached the contract. I don't need this machine, so I'm anxious to sell it off. If you think the price is not right, we can still negotiate. Upon hearing this, Yang nodded. No wonder it was so cheap, it was because of this reason. So it means she was quite lucky. This kind of chance is equivalent to winning a 5 million yuan lottery. Yang then said, Wait here, I'll go get the money for you. All right. Wu Darning nodded. After Yang left, Mo Chishan quietly gave Wu Darning a thumbs up. Wu Darning grinned sheepishly. In fact, there was no such defaulting buyer at all. And Wu Darning wasn't a trader of imported goods either. He was just delivering lines according to the script. And the director of this act was Mo Chishan. Mo Chishan knew Yang would not accept this machine for nothing, and if he tried to give her such an expensive gift, it might backfire, so he had to make up a story. The actual price of the machine was 20 times the 500 yuan. Soon, Yang came out with the 500 yuan. You count. Wu Darning took the banknotes and counted them. It's all there. Sister Yang, where would you like us to put this machine? Yang thought for a moment, then said, Could you please help me put it in the living room? All right. The two men got up on the truck and carried the 200-pound machine down to the living room. Thank you so much. Here, have some tea. Tsuehua brought over 2 cups of tea. Thank you, Auntie. Mo Chishan took the cup and politely replied, No trouble at all. Wu Darning quickly added, Yes, it's no trouble at all. After finishing their tea, Mo Chishan and Wu Darning did not stay long. They quickly left the Ni family's house. This time, Yang packed lots of goodies for Mo Chishan again. She also gave quite a few to Wu Darning. Wu Darning dared not refuse, took them nervously, and as soon as he got in the car, immediately handed all the snacks back to Mo Chishan. Even if he had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to eat Ni Quihua's food. Seeing all the snacks returned, Mo Chishan's expression brightened slightly. The things Yang gave were only for him. An eerie silence fell in the car. Wu Darning initiated a conversation. Brother Six, our sister-in-law Six is really beautiful. Mo Chishan narrowed his eyes, turning to look at Wu Darning. You were looking at her? Realizing the implications of his words, Wu Darning, terrified, hurriedly said, No, I wasn't. If you weren't looking at her, how would you know she's beautiful? Wu Darning. He wished he could vanish on the spot. A chilling voice came again. You won't have your bonus for this month. At this moment, Wu Darning wished he could slap himself. It's all because of your loose lips. It's all because of your loose lips. It's all because of your loose lips. On the way to the village, they didn't encounter many people. However, on their way back, they met many villagers who came to watch the commotion. There was also a group of children running after the car. The car was a rarity at this time, usually seen only in the city. The car windows were made of special material. You could see outside from the inside, but you couldn't see inside from the outside. Chapter 177. Mr. Mogg, humble and mysterious, invites guests to dinner under Sir 5. Mo Chishan lazily leaned back in his chair, Crossing his legs, slowly unwrapped a candy and popped it into his mouth. So sweet. The candy from Xianxia was really tasty. It was a very casual posture, but he exuded an aristocratic aura. After Mo Qishan and Wu Darning left, Anew tried using the mixer and found that its features were really powerful. Not only could it smash things up, it also had an automatic peeling function. However, the only downside was that it was too noisy. After all, the technology wasn't as mature as in the future. A bit of noise was understandable. Overall, the 500 yuan was really well spent. No, it was more like getting more than you bargained for. Normally, 500 yuan wouldn't even be able to buy an imported mixer. Xianxia, is this the mixer you're talking about? Anew walked in from outside, asked with curiosity on his face. Anew nodded. Anew laughed and said, that Xiaoma is really impressive. He could even get an imported machine. Xianxia, this must be very expensive, right? Anew replied, actually not that expensive, just so happened I got a good deal. Mr. Mog's friend was in a hurry to sell it, so it only costed 500 yuan. Although 500 yuan may be equivalent to Anew's annual income, getting an imported machine at this price was still cheap. Following on, Anew said, Xianxia, you're so lucky. By the way, I have a few colleagues who need skincare products. Do you have any in stock now? The skincare products that Anew made were really effective. Good word spread mill by mill, 10 by 10. During this time, Anew had already helped her sell more than 20 sets. And Anew didn't take Anew for granted. She not only provided Anew free skincare products but also gave her 1 yuan commission per bottle, totaling 2 yuan per set. For Anew, this 2 yuan came incredibly easily. All she had to do was pitch the products a bit, and the skincare buyers would be immensely grateful. Now, she is really popular in her company. Anew had always considered Anew as her lucky star. Ever since Anew moved here, her days had been increasingly prosperous. Anew said, I have 2 sets left, and how many sets do you need? Anew smiled and said, I need 5 sets, you can give me 2 first, and I'll deliver them to them. Okay. Anew nodded, and turned to go into the room to get the skincare products. When she went to bed at night, Anew laid in bed and thought hard. Since there's a growing market demand for her skincare products now, she has to start preparing some things. Firstly, she needed to register a trademark. Secondly, she needed to apply for production and health licenses and other documents. Lastly, she needed to research new products. Just selling facial cleanser and aloe vera gel wouldn't work. Watching the store being about to finish its renovation, these 3 major things had to be taken care of immediately. Otherwise, when everything piles up, there wouldn't be enough time. Anew had always been an action-oriented person. Early the next day, she went downtown to apply for licenses. This era had few individual businesses, and people's awareness of trademarks was weak. Even fewer people would apply for trademarks. It didn't require lots of applications as it does in the future, followed by lots of reviews. Anew only spent a day to get all the licenses in order. The trademark that Anew registered was Ice Skin Jade Face. This name was common and easy to understand in this era. If put in the future, it would not be outdated, and it clearly indicates that the products sold are skin-related. Having registered the trademark, Anew went back home and spent the night designing the bottle and packaging for the skincare products. If you decide to make skincare products, you must normalize the process. Anew was never a sloppy person. Anew had good hands-on skills. The things she drew were lifelike, just like pictures taken by a camera. They were just beautiful. Mom, what do you think of this bottle and packaging? Anew showed the finished design sketches to Anew. Anew nodded continuously. It looks good. It looks good. Anew from the past never knew that her daughter was so capable. Even though she was just a junior high school graduate, she was able to read, draw, cook, and excel in medical skills. The day after she confirmed the design sketch, Anew found a factory, ordered a batch of bottles and packages and paid a 500 yuan deposit. After she left the factory, Anew paid a visit to the traditional Chinese medicine store, where she bought some lingji, monkshood, Asarum seboldii, Atractylodes macrocephala, Angelica dihurica, Gastrodia alata and other Chinese medicinal materials. Chapter 178. The Low-Key and Mysterious Mr. Mogg treats guests to dinner. 6. As recorded in the Compendium of Materia Medica, these herbal medicines all have excellent freckle-removing effects. That's right, the new product that Anew is launching is designed for freckle removal. Because once a woman has had a child, more or less, she will get some freckles on her face. In the future generations, those freckle-removing skincare products will be very popular. After returning home, Anew began to make her freckle-removing face cream. Anew first ground the purchased herbal medicines into powder with a blender, then added aloe juice, milk, cucumber juice, and stirred it into a paste. Then she added distilled water and other secret ingredients. Only then it was finished. The final face cream was yellow-green in color, with a faint scent of herbal medicine, very refreshing and pleasant. Since Jianghu had a few faint freckles on his face, Anew gave it to him to try. Freckle removal products surely won't produce immediate results. It wasn't until the third morning that Jianghu's surprised voice came from the yard. Yang, the color of the freckles on my face has started to fade. Jianghu, in order to see the effect, intentionally left a freckle untreated. Now the color of the other freckles on his face has significantly faded. Only that untreated one remained yellow-brown. Originally, Jianghu didn't think this thing could remove freckles, but he didn't expect that Anew would give him such a big surprise. Congratulations, Aunt Anew. Anew opened her mouth with a smile. No woman doesn't love beauty, so at that moment, Jianghu couldn't stop smiling. It's me who should be thanking you. After that, Jianghu asked, Yang, do you want to sell this freckle-removing face cream? Not for sale yet. Anew continued. I'll give you some samples. Distribute them to those who have bought facial cleanser and aloe gel. If they like it, they will definitely come back for more. There are very few freckle-removing products in this era, and there are even fewer with good effects. So, just by relying on Jianghu's recommendation, most people certainly wouldn't believe it. Therefore, proof was needed through actual performance. The sample bottles were small, enough for about 3 days' usage, and by the time the cream was used up and the effect was visible, everyone who had sampled it would surely want to buy more. Jianghu took the samples, nodding approvingly. Yang, you are so smart. Not only could this strategy attract many customers, but it could also win over hearts. A free bottle of freckle cream. Who wouldn't be happy? Because the freckle cream worked so well, Anew worked overtime to make plenty more. At this moment, Jianghu came in from outside. Yang, we are running out of aloe vera. Anew had indeed planted a lot of aloe vera before, but because she had been making facial cleanser and aloe gel frequently lately, there wasn't much aloe vera left in the vegetable garden. Anew thought for a moment and then said, In that case, Mom, could you go around the village tomorrow and let them know that we're buying aloe vera? 1 cent per pound. Aloe vera is a very common plant because it has the effect of healing burns. Almost every household in Jianghu village has planted it. Moreover, aloe vera is a kind of propagating plant. Usually, after successfully planting one, it will proliferate into many more. Cuihua nodded her agreement. Okay, Yang. The next day, Cuihua, holding her baby, went to the big locust tree at the center of Jianghu village. Because there was no television or mobile phones in this era, people would gather together to chat during their free time, sharing each other's gossip. Therefore, almost every village has a gathering point. When idle, the women of the village would gather and chat. Whose daughter had a bad marriage, whose son got admitted to college, which couple had a fight last night, the latest gossip could always be heard at the gathering point. And the locust tree in the center of the village was the gathering point for Jianghu village. By the time Cuihua arrived, the women were already chatting lively. A few older women were chatting fervently, while the young girls and wives listened with interest. Seeing Cuihua coming, everyone greeted her warmly. Cuihua is here. Come and sit down. These are the melon seeds roasted by my family. Have some. These are the ripe persimmons from my garden. Not only was Cuihua beautiful, but she was also very honest and never gossiped about anyone. In addition to all the help that Anew had given to the villagers, Cuihua had also become one of the most popular women among these ladies. Chapter 179. Mr. Mogg, humble and mysterious, Invites guests to dinner under Sh7. Everyone would vent their grievances and share fresh gossip with Anew first because she could keep a secret and never laugh at others. After Anew sat down, she told everyone about Yang's plan to buy aloe vera. Everyone was stunned when they heard it. Yuans per kilogram? Was Anew joking? For Jianghu village inhabitants, the aloe vera was an insignificant wild plant. Even the local vegetables were only sold at 5 cents per kilogram. Yet this wild plant was being sold at yuans per kilogram. In the eyes of the villagers, the price of yuans per kilogram was astronomical. Cuihua, don't joke with us. Exactly, if you keep speaking like this, we will take it seriously. Anew laughed and said, I'm not joking, my daughter Yang is really buying aloe vera at yuans per kilogram. Moreover, why would I joke about something like this? You're not joking with us? Everyone was doubtful. Anew nodded seriously. Really? I'm not fooling you. When will your Yang start buying? Anew continued, as long as there is, we will buy it any time. Yang said that good goods were not afraid of stockpiling. Therefore, no matter how much aloe vera people brought, they would accept it all. So does your Yang want the root, or not? It was best to clarify this. Anew replied, no need for the roots, you folks can just cut the whole aloe vera with a knife. After Anew finished speaking, those who were still chatting disappeared in an instant. Everyone went back to harvest aloe vera. When everyone had left, Anew also took the child home. Shortly after she arrived home, a villager came with half a bag of aloe vera. Anew had the scales ready, 31 kilograms, a total of 3 yuan and 1 cent. When the villager took the 3 yuan and 1 cent in hand, he was still in a daze. Only then did he truly believe that Anew hadn't lied to them. The more villagers came to the Anew family to deliver aloe vera, they went in with aloe vera and came out with money in their hands. Almost everyone had a smile on their face. In this era, it is not hard for someone who knows how to do business to earn money, but it is difficult for these honest villagers to make money. Common farmers work hard in the fields all year round and can't make 100 or 80 yuan. But today, they only sold a little aloe vera and made 3 or 4 yuan. You should know, aloe vera is much easier to manage than the crops in the field. It seems, they can plant more aloe vera next spring. Since Yang came to Jianghu village, their days in the village had been getting better and better. It seems that Yang was truly their lucky star. After purchasing the aloe vera, Yang rode her bike to the city. The shop renovation had been completed, and the final cleanup had begun. In 3 days, the shop could officially open for business. At this moment, Wang Jinfeng was busy setting up tables and chairs. Seeing Yang walking in, Wang Jinfeng greeted her with a smile. Yang is here. Aunt Jinfeng. Yang continued, where are Uncle Anew and the others? Wang Jinfeng replied, your Uncle Anew and the others are cleaning the kitchen and arranging the kitchen utensils. Oh. Yang nodded. Aunt Jinfeng, I have something to discuss with you. Go ahead. Wang Jinfeng wiped her hands on her clothes and sat opposite Yang. Yang continued, I want to invite you and Aunt Zhou to work in the noodle restaurant after it opens. The salary will still be 2 yuan a day. I have already spoken to Aunt Zhou about this. What do you think? Yang was busy with her skincare business, so if she didn't hire 2 more people for the restaurant, she wouldn't be able to handle it. After considering all aspects, Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng seemed to be the best choices. Zhou Qingshang was educated and reasonable. Although Wang Jinfeng was a bit spirited in character, sometimes, a spirited person was necessary to rule out evil. Yang had experience running a catering business in her past life. She knew that sometimes there would be some extremely difficult customers, and even some who would come to cause trouble. Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng could complement each other's personalities. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinfeng looked at Yang in surprise, unable to close her excited mouth. This was simply a surprise from heaven. 2 yuan a day. 60 yuan a month. 720 yuan a year. My goodness! She had not earned this much money in 3 years. Upon hearing this, Wang Jinfeng nodded repeatedly. I am willing. I am willing. Yang smiled and took out the labor contract. Then please sign the labor contract. The labor contract system was not yet enforced at this time, but Yang had seen too many things in her past life. The human heart was too difficult to measure, so some things that should be signed must be signed. Although Wang Jinfeng couldn't read, she trusted Anai Yang. Yang, I can't read, can I press a handprint for you? Anai Yang nodded and flipped the contract to the last page. Yes, you can press a handprint here. The labor contract was in 2 copies, one for Wang Jinfeng and one for Anai Yang to keep. Now that the shop was officially finished, Anai Yang was ready to invite everyone for a big meal. So, she talked to Wang Tiniu about this matter. Uncle Tiniu, I am going to the vegetable market now to buy some food. You invite everyone to come to my house for dinner tonight. Make sure they bring all the old people and children from their homes. Don't keep formalities with me. Anai Yang is a grateful person. She always remembered the matter from last time, and because of that, she had the idea of leading the whole village to prosperity. Otherwise, she would not have bought aloe vera from the villagers. There is a reward for everything you do. Since the villagers of Jianghu village showed her the warmth of brightness, she would not behave like an ingrate. Wang Tiniu was a little embarrassed. Yang, you don't have to go through so much trouble, it's not easy for you to make money. But Anai Yang did not give Wang Tiniu a chance to refuse. Uncle Tiniu, let's consider it settled then, I am going to buy food now. Elsewhere. Mo Hudi's condition had improved greatly in recent days. After drinking Chinese medicine for several days, she could now go downstairs and play with Yang Guobao on her own. Both, Old Lady Mo and Mo Fuhai were pleased to see this. After so many years, they finally witnessed this scene. However, the situation of Xianxia was not very good. She was still in a coma and was in a state of semi-vegetative. The old lady Mo came to the hospital to visit Xianxia and was anxious. At this moment the maid Lin Sa said, Old lady, the young divine doctor Anai Yang is so powerful, maybe she has a way to wake Miss Xianxia. Chapter 180, Investigation of Xianxia and her mother. Noodle restaurant opens. One upon hearing this, old Mrs. Mo's eyes lit up. That's right, we can find Anai Yang. Anai Yang's medical skills are so brilliant, she can definitely save Xianxia. In old Mrs. Mo's heart, Anai Yang was becoming an ever-present beacon of hope. Soon after, old Mrs. Mo continued, Isn't Anai Yang coming to see Xiaojie for a follow-up examination tomorrow? Yes. Mrs. Lin nodded. Old Mrs. Mo added, Then let's wait for Anai Yang to come and examine Xiaojie tomorrow, then she can look at Xianxia. It was already late afternoon, and it wouldn't be appropriate to invite Anai Yang over at this hour. They could afford to wait a little longer. Old Mrs. Mo stayed in the ward for a while, then went to find the chief doctor to understand Li Xianxian's condition before leaving the hospital. Anai family. Since Anai Yang decided to invite all the villagers for dinner that night, she bought a lot of food. By Anai Yang's estimation, there were over 100 villagers in Jianghu village. A table of 10 would require 10 tables in total. In these times when everyone was not exactly living in abundance, Anai Yang bought 30 kilograms of fat pork, 10 roosters, 20 pig's feet, 10 fish, and some tofu skin, kelp, duck blood, and potatoes for vegetarian dishes. She planned to prepare 3 hearty dishes, a grilled fish, and simply blanch the vegetables in the fish soup for efficiency and convenience. 30 kilograms of pork cost her 90 yuan, 10 roosters were 30 yuan, 20 pig's feet were 15 yuan, and 10 fish were 3 yuan. Including the vegetables and white wine, Anai Yang spent a total of over 160 yuan. 160 yuan could only buy you one meal at a street food stall in the future. But in this era, it could put up 10 tables of a lavish feast. All in all, it was money well spent. Seeing Anai Yang bring so much food home, Anai Tsuehua was surprised. Yang, why did you buy so much? When will we finish all these? Anai Yang said with a smile, Mom, our shop is now fully renovated, so I wanted to invite everyone for a feast to celebrate. Anai Tsuehua wasn't stingy. They had received a lot of care from the villagers since they moved to Jianghu village. That's right, we should treat everyone to a good meal. Speaking of which, Yang, did you buy extra meat? Vegetables could be had by everyone. It's the meat dishes that mattered. Anai Yang nodded, Yes, I did. Rest assured, everyone will have a feast tonight. Anai Tsuehua helped Anai Yang to unload the groceries, then started to wash the vegetables and chop the meat. Little Anai Yun was lying in his cradle, holding a little rubber duck and playing on his own, not crying or making a fuss. His cuteness was truly heartwarming. Anai Yang planned to make braised pork for dinner, With 10 tables in total and 30 kilograms of pork, each table could have 3 kilograms. Braised pig's feet with soybeans. There were 20 pig's feet in total, each table could have 2. Then there would be roasted chicken, 10 chickens in total, each table could precisely have 1. The final main dish was grilled fish. As there were not enough stoves for everyone to cook and eat at the same time, Anew could only grill the fish first, then cook it in a pot with accompanying vegetables and serve it at the table. After confirming the menu, Anew began to prepare the braised pork. Because the pots at home were not large enough, the 20 kilograms of pork had to be cooked in 2 pots. With the braised pork simmering in the pot, Anew began to marinate the chicken. When the chicken was marinated, Anew had the oven fire ready. Luckily, the oven was spacious enough to accommodate 10 roosters comfortably. In no time, the small courtyard was filled with tempting aromas. It made one's mouth water just smelling it. When she had almost finished the dinner preparations, Anew went to the neighboring houses to borrow some tables and stools, and invited everyone to come for dinner. In just a while, the originally quiet farmhouse courtyard started to bustle with activity. The elderly, children, men, and women of the families all came. People were fairly straightforward in those times. If you were good to me, I would be good to you. There was no scheming or insensitivity. So, everyone arrived bearing gifts. Some brought chicken eggs. Others brought fruit from the trees in their yard. At this time of the year, there were oranges and chestnuts available. In no time, the table in the Anew family's living room was piled high with all kinds of little gifts. Immediately, Anew starts herding everyone to sit down. Since there were many children, some of them didn't reach the table and stood next to the adults. The food was sumptuous. Shiny red braised pork, braised pig's feet with soybeans, glistening roasted chicken, and in the middle of the table was a large pot of grilled fish, surrounded by blanched vegetables and tofu skin. Chapter 181. Investigation into Xianxia mother and daughter, noodle restaurant opening _2. The dishes may be few in number, with only 4, but each one is an indisputably meat dish. Even before anyone started using their chopsticks, everyone was already swallowing saliva in tacit agreement. Usually, even during the new year, they had never seen so much meat. Yang, you really didn't have to be this considerate. Exactly, you two are being too polite. Anew chuckled and said, my mother and I owe much gratitude to everyone for their care and assistance during our time since moving to Jianghu village. I raise this cup of tea in place of wine to express my thanks to everyone. At that, Anew picked up her teacup from the table, drained it in one gulp, showing a touch of the demeanor of a heroine from ancient times. If this young girl were a boy, she would surely do great things in the future. Such a shame she's a girl. The older generation observed Anew, a sense of regret evident in their eyes. The bias favoring boys over girls was deep-seated in their hearts. In their minds, girls simply couldn't accomplish anything great. Even if there were 10 girls, they still wouldn't be equal to one boy. In China, there's a saying that goes, a married daughter is like spilled water. Boys can carry on the family line. A family without a boy would be known as a family ending its line. At this time, even in Jianghu village, there were still numerous cases of newborn girls being abandoned. Girls had never been treated fairly or equitably. What Anew intended to do was subvert the weak status that girls held in people's hearts. To let people know that girls today can also hold up their own patch of sky. An elder with considerable respect in the village stood up and said, Yang, your words are too polite. We should be the ones thanking you and your mother. You two have done us many favors in our daily lives. Moreover, since you moved to Jianghu village, it shows that we are destined to be connected. Henceforth we are all part of Jianghu village. Old Chung is correct. You and your mother are part of Jianghu village. We're all from the same village, let's not talk as if we're from 2 different ones. Anew Chingui had been married into Jianghu village for over 20 years, and this was the first time she realized that the villagers of Jianghu could be so united and welcoming. Previously, everyone seemed to be busy with their own things, and except for funerals and weddings where they would gather, there were hardly opportunities to gather together. The relationship among neighbors was not as harmonious as it is now. Moreover, they were not easily accepting of outsiders. Outsiders also found it hard to integrate into the locals' way of life. The main reason why Anew and her daughter were so easily accepted by the villagers was because Anew knew how to interact with people, was generous with money, and knew how to win people's hearts. It was hard to imagine that Anew, a 17-year-old girl, could have such ability. Whether it was her business acumen or her interpersonal skills, she outperformed most adults. At the same time, Anew knew well that Jianghu village, a place so small, could not contain Anew. This girl would one day dazzle everyone. If Anew had been born in the Warring States period, she could easily have been a female general or an empress. Although China has a history of favoring males over females, over the past 5,000 years, there have been women who became queens and government officials. To avoid any possible suspicion, men and women sat separately during the meal. There were 5 tables for men, 5 for women, and some children eating at smaller tables by the side. Throughout the meal, there were exclamations of delight. "This fish is too delicious." "And this braised pork is excellent." "Is this chicken grilled?" These simple villagers had never eaten such delicious foods in their lives. Normally, if they bought meat, they simply cooked it haphazardly. None could match the exquisite dishes made by Anew. In the majority of households, the only cooking ingredients were oil and salt. Some couldn't even afford to use oil. Anew also made sour plum soup, so while the men were drinking alcohol, the women were drinking sour plum soup. Most of the women were trying this novel drink for the first time. They all questioned Anew on how to prepare it. Anew didn't withhold the knowledge. She directly shared the recipe to prepare sour plum soup. Since the sour plum soup wasn't an original creation of hers, she didn't claim it as her own. Some of the more thoughtful women noted down the recipe, planning to prepare it for their children to drink. They could also serve it to relatives and friends when they visited during the New Year festivities. This would not only be economical but also prestigious. Chapter 182. Investigating Xianxia and her daughter. Noodle restaurant opens _3. This meal was so satisfying that everyone was left with oily lips, and the children were all full to the brim. After the meal, it was already dark outside. The men went home, and the women stayed at the Anew family home to help wash dishes and clean up the tables. With an entire 10 tables of guests, there were more than 100 bowls used just for the meal alone, not to mention the serving dishes. If it was left to just Anew and Anew to clean up, there was no telling when they would finish. The women, all accustomed to such chores at home, did not slack off just because it was not their own household. They were even more thorough in helping than they would have been in their own homes, and they did not allow Anew and Anew to help. They had all just enjoyed a large and satisfying meal at the Anew family home, leaving them not just satisfied but also high-spirited. Thus, they worked with smiles on their faces. It should be noted that most of them hadn't eaten meat for almost a year. As the saying goes, many hands make light work, and amidst their chatter and laughter, the Anew family's courtyard was restored to its former state in less than half an hour. This meal was not just a simple meal for Anew. This meal signified that she and her mother were officially settling down in Jianghu village from this day onward. The next day was the day Anew was to go to the Mo family for a follow-up visit. In the morning, as soon as she opened the door, she found Mo Qishan waiting for her on his bicycle. "Yang, my mother sent me to pick you up." Anew didn't waste time, she sat directly on the back seat of the bicycle. "Then let's go." "Let's go." Mo Qishan's mood suddenly lightened as he pedaled away, the bicycle soon going quite far. Riding along with the morning wind and accompanied by the chirping of birds, they passed through the quiet countryside, the booming city center, and soon arrived at the Mo family's villa. Sister Anew, Uncle Mo Hudi came down from the stairs with small steps. Anew walked over. "Xiaodai, how have you been feeling these past few days? Are you better?" Mo Hudi nodded her head and smiled. "Much better, thank you, Sister Anew." Mo Hudi was very clear in her heart. If it were not for Anew, she would not have been able to recover so quickly. "You're welcome," Anew patted Mo Hudi's head. "I'm a doctor, it's my duty to heal and save lives." "Yang is here." Hearing the commotion outside, the old Mrs. Mo came out, her eyes full of excitement as she looked at Anew. "Old Mrs. Mo." Anew greeted politely. Mrs. Mo instructed the servants to serve tea and water, and brought out a variety of imported snacks. Yang, have a snack and some tea before checking Xiaodai's pulse, no rush." Anew picked up the tea and took a sip. then took Mo Huti's pulse. Mo Qishan quietly watched her. Yang focused slightly, her eyes serious, her long eyelashes casting a faint shadow on her eyelids. She was not like the fashionable women on the streets. Every piece of clothing she wore had a subtle hint of antiquity. For example now, she was wearing a white knee-length cheongsam with a beige long coat over it. The collar of the coat was embroidered with a few proud red plum blossoms, echoing with the red buttons on the cheongsam. She conveyed both classical beauty and the youthful playfulness suitable for her age. Over the years, Mo Qishan had seen many girls, but none of them made his heart beat faster like Yang did. Mrs. Mo also was very satisfied with Yang. She was not someone who paid much attention to family backgrounds. Zhao Jingrong came from a prestigious family. But what happened in the end? Did she not still look down on people with her superior attitude? So, compared to family status, she valued a person's character more. After a while, Yang released Mo Huti's wrist, and then said, "Xiao Dai's recovery is faster than I expected. If she continues this way, she should be almost cured after a month of taking the medicine. The metabolic rate of children is much higher than that of adults, after all." Mrs. Mo nodded her head, taking Yang's hand, and exclaimed, Yang, we are so lucky to have met you. If not for you, Xiao Dai might still be bedridden. Before you, Dr. Ace examined Xiao Dai too. He even suggested a full blood transfusion for Xiao Dai, claiming that she wouldn't survive without it. Looking back, that Dr. Ace's words seem alarmist, lacking skill and demeaning traditional Chinese medicine. Yang smiled. Actually, blood transfusion is an option, but it carries more risk. Western medicine, based on natural science, aims to cure problems directly, treating the symptoms. However, traditional Chinese medicine, based on philosophy, sees the human body as a whole system, advocating treatment from the inside out, slowly adjusting. Firstly, cure the root cause, and the symptoms will naturally improve. Chapter 183. Investigation into Li Xianxian mother and daughter, noodle restaurant opening carrot. Upon hearing this, Mo Baichuan, who was about to enter, halted. He could hardly believe that these words came from Yang's mouth. He vividly remembered the night Mo Huti's accident occurred. Dr. Ace had found him, denounced everything about traditional Chinese medicine, even boldly declaring that without his treatment, Mo Huti only had death as an option. Yet, not only did Yang not belittle Western medicine, but she also pointed out the differences between Chinese and Western medicine. Could an ordinary person possess such magnanimity? Or did Yang know he would return and had prepared her lines ahead of time? This wasn't impossible for Yang. After all, it was not the first time Yang has done such a thing. In order to get close to him, she had truly went to great lengths. Thinking of this, Mo Baichuan felt a surge of disgust. Just as Mo Baichuan was about to step in, his assistant ran over from behind and whispered, "Third Master, something has happened at the base." Another incident? Mo Baichuan slightly furrowed his brow, his eyes full of impatience. These past few days had been like a curse. Every time he left the base, something would immediately happen. He was nearly suffocating from being tangled up in these trivial matters. "Let's go." Mo Baichuan turned around and strode towards the door. In the room, Madame Mo thanked Yang again and then handed her a thick envelope. Yang, this is a small token of gratitude from the Mo family. Please accept it." In principle, money cannot measure the act of saving a life, but Madame Mo couldn't think of any other way to thank Yang. "Madam, I accept your kind intentions, but I can't take so much." Yang opened the envelope, symbolically drew out a couple of large notes. "Taking these is enough. It's difficult to see a doctor, to find medicine, even harder to consult a doctor. If I were to take this much money from you, it would break the rules and no one would dare come to me for treatment anymore. Doing good deeds would bring blessings." This was a lesson Yang learned from being reborn. Therefore, Yang not only treated the rich but also ordinary people. If word got out that she charged sky-high consultation fees, what were those struggling people supposed to do? In this life, she intended to use her medical skills to help even more people. Madame Mo looked at Yang, her eyes full of admiration. Girls, as good as Yang were hard to come by in today's world. She was very authentic, no deliberate flattery in her words, no smugness for curing Mo Huti. Throughout, she retained a calm demeanor. It was as though she was like an orchid in an empty valley. Quietly elegant. Good. Madame Mo held Yang's hand, lavishing her with praise. After a while, Madame Mo remembered the business at hand, and continued, Yang, I have a younger relative. She tried to commit suicide some time ago by slashing her wrist and has not woken since. Do you think you can make some time today to see her? Yang nodded. I can. Madame Mo excitedly said, We can go right now. Mom, Mo Chishan followed their pace. I'll accompany you too. The three of them arrived at the hospital together. When Yang saw the patient lying in bed, she froze. If it's not Xianxia, then who is it? Even though Xianxia was considerably younger than in her previous life, Yang recognized her at first glance. What was Xianxia's connection with the Mo family? Yang vaguely remembered that in her previous life, there was a scar on Xianxia's wrist. So it was from this time. But why did she try to commit suicide? Although shocked, Yang's face did not reveal anything. She reached out and rested her hand on Xianxia's wrist. After a while she lifted her head and said, I'm sorry, madam, but I'm unable to help this young lady. Madame Mo was taken aback. Alt? How could that be? Is Xianxia she? If even Yang with her excellent medical skills was unable to cure Xianxia, did that mean there was really no hope for her? Yang continued, This miss suffered external wounds, while my expertise is complex and difficult illnesses. I'm truly sorry, madam. Actually, for Yang, Xianxia's condition wasn't a difficult case. But without understanding what happened in her past life, Yang couldn't save a person suspected of killing her. In her past life, the last person she saw before her death was Xianxia. The suspicion on Xianxia was just too great. In fact, in her previous life, Yang and Xianxia weren't very close, having only met 2 or 3 times. But because the last person she saw before the accident was Xianxia, Yang had an exceptionally deep impression of her. Chapter 184. Investigation into Xianxia mother and daughter, noodle restaurant opening _5. Theoretically, she and Xianxia weren't very familiar. Xianxia had no motive to kill her. But why, after seeing Xianxia, did she die? Moreover, the more Yen looked at Xianxia's face, the more she thought she resembled someone. Who did she resemble? Yen squinted her eyes. Li Shu. Right. It was Li Shu. Especially that mole on the left cheek. It was exactly like Li Shu's. Could Xianxia be Li Shu's daughter? In her past life, Li Shu spent her lifetime with Mu Jinbao. Aside from knowing that Li Shu had a son later on, Yen never knew that Li Shu also had a daughter. What on earth was going on? The more Yen thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. She was still pondering it as she walked out of the ward. Yang, what's the matter? Mo Chishan asked when he saw her absent-mindedly walking out of the ward. Yen gave a faint smile. Nothing, perhaps the ward is just too stuffy. As she finished speaking, Yen continued, Who was that girl that slit her wrists? What's her relationship with your family? Mo Chishan replied, Actually, there's not much of a relationship. Her name is Xianxia. She is a sophomore student at Beijing Normal University, and she works part-time as a personal assistant to my eldest nephew at a base. Because she helped my mother before and she's an orphan, my mother has been quite close to her and has even considered her a potential granddaughter-in-law. So, it turns out that Xianxia had such deep ties with the Mo family. Yen continued. She's an orphan? If Xianxia was indeed an orphan, then wouldn't the hypothesis of her being Li Shu's daughter be invalid? She knew too little about Xianxia from her past life, and for the moment, couldn't connect any dots. Yes, Mo Chishan nodded. Do you know her? Yen shook her head. No, I just find her somewhat familiar. Oh. Mo Chishan nodded. They reached the hospital lobby. Yen continued. Brother Mo, I have something to attend to. I must go now. Please say goodbye to the old lady for me later. I'll let the driver take you, Mo Chishan said. No need, Yen smiled. I have something to do downtown. All right, Mo Chishan nodded. Take care on your way. Yes, I will. Yen nodded, turned, and left. Soon, her figure disappeared outside the hospital. Mo Chishan leaned against the doorframe. After a while, he pulled a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it slowly, propped it in his mouth, looking carefree yet dignified. After leaving, Ni Yen went directly to a private detective agency. Just like in the movies, the detective wore a black suit, a black hat atop his head, even holding a pipe, appearing very professional. "Hello, beautiful young lady. How may I assist you?" Although the detective had seen many beauties, he was slightly stunned when he saw Ni Yen. He had seen many beauties, but a beauty with such spirit was a first. Some people, despite being beautiful, lack soul. But the young girl in front of him was different. Her beauty emanated from within. A rare oriental beauty. "Help me investigate two people." Ni Yen slowly opened her mouth. "Which two?" The detective handed a pen and paper to Ni Yen. "Please write the details on the paper." Ni Yen took the pen and paper. In no time, the sound of rustling filled the air. About 10 minutes later, she handed the paper back to the detective. "These two people. Li Shu, Li Xianxia?" Ni Yen nodded. "Just investigate what's written on the paper." "How many days will it take for the results to be known?" "The things you want to investigate are relatively simple, so results should come in about a month," the detective replied. "The transportation of this era is not developed. Going anywhere required an introductory letter and certification. Moreover, not every city had an airport, so return trips tended to be time-consuming." Ni Yen continued, "Then I'll come back in a month." "All right," the detective nodded. "Please deposit the travel expenses, hardship allowance, board, and lodging and investigation deposit first, with the full amount being given for travel expenses and board and lodging." "How much?" asked Ni Yen. "The total cost of these fees is 300. The detective continued. "After the task is completed, you still need to pay another 500. Since there was no technical skill required for the investigation Ni Yen requested, as long as he ran around and asked a few people, the information should be available, so the price wasn't high. Things like rich housewives wanting to know if their men were having an affair outside, those cost more, basically starting from 2000. Chapter 185. Investigation into Li Xianxian mother and daughter, noodle restaurant opening _6. Although it was only a total of 800 yuan, it was kind of expensive for Ni Yang at the moment. After all, she just bought a shop, finished the refurbishment, and was a little tight on cash. But Ni Yang paid without any hesitation. After all, this matter was related to her own safety. She always felt that her past lives' experiences and the cause of her death had a lot to do with Li Xianxian and Li Shu. So, she had to figure it out to have peace of mind. Having lived one life wrongly, in this life, Ni Yang wanted to fully enjoy the great life. She couldn't leave any safety hazards. By the way, the last live's revenge should be reported together. "Thank you for your trouble." Ni Yang grinned slightly. The detective bowed. "No problem, my surname is Zhou, just call me Xiao Zhou." Ni Yang nodded. After leaving the detective agency, Ni Yang felt a lot more relaxed. This matter could be handed over to the detective for investigation, because Li Xianxian couldn't harm her at the moment. The most pressing thing was to make money. With money, came a sense of security. Because the noodle restaurant was opening tomorrow, Ni Yang made another trip to the restaurant. In the restaurant, Wang Jinfeng and Zhou Qingshang had already started making fishbone soup in preparation for tomorrow's opening. Since Ni Yang pickled the sauerkraut herself and prepared the chili in advance, making sour fish wasn't a technical task, as long as the fish slices were thin enough. Both Wang Jinfeng and Zhou Qingshang were clever people. Once Ni Yang explained, they knew what to do. "Aunt Zhou, Aunt Jinfeng, thank you for your hard work." Ni Yang walked in with a smile. Zhou Qingshang laughed. "It's not hard. It's just some kitchen work." Wang Jinfeng grinned. "Your Aunt Zhou is right, it's not hard at all." With the high wages Ni Yang offered, neither Zhou Qingshang nor Wang Jinfeng felt tired. Instead, they felt more energetic the more they worked. There were 4 large pots in total. 3 of them were making fishbone soup, and the 4th was empty. Ni Yang started to make sour plum soup with this empty pot. The dark plum, hawthorn and other ingredients had been pre-soaked. It would take about half an hour. Being late autumn, the sour plum soup could be stored in a large glass jar without worrying about it going bad. Usually, Ni Yang could serve 600 to 700 customers in a morning when she was street vending. On the opening day, there should be more customers than usual, so she prepared enough for 2,000 servings. The pickled vegetable noodles also prepared 2,000 servings. At this time of the year, even if they couldn't sell all, they could keep the rest for the next day's sales without worrying about spoilage. Even before the opening, there were a few people outside asking if they were opening tomorrow. Anew smiled. Yes, it opens tomorrow. Seeing Anew, everyone happily said, "Little boss, it's really you. We came yesterday and didn't see you. We were worried that this shop had changed owners." "Little boss, what time will you open tomorrow morning?" Anew said, "We open at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Will the sour plum soup be given away for free to those who come to eat noodles tomorrow?" Anew nodded. "Yes, everyone who comes to eat noodles gets a cup of sour plum soup." Okay, we'll definitely come over early tomorrow." In Anew's absence, Sun Xianxia made a lot of money. After all, once Anew stopped selling, there was only her store that sold pickled vegetable noodles. People who wanted to eat pickled vegetable noodles had to go to her store. Sun Xianxia proudly changed the price of the sour fish noodles to 3 yuans and 5 cents per bowl, 5 cents more expensive than what Anew used to sell. Even so, there were many people who came to eat every day. At this time, Sun Xianxia worked overtime to sell pickled vegetable noodles and made more than 5,000 yuan in just a month. With these 5,000 yuan, her son's tuition was all set. To make it up for the hard times her son had been through, Sun Xianxia increased his weekly food allowance to 100 yuan. She could make 5,000 in 1 month, 10,000 in 2 months, and 60,000 in a year. What's 400 to 500 yuan spent by her son a month compared to that? The more she thought about it, the happier Sun Xianxia got. She even couldn't help humming a little tune as she cooked the noodles. At this moment, her sister-in-law Xianxia walked over with a worried look on her face. "Sister, what's wrong?" Xianxia continued, "I heard that Anew, that little girl, has bought a shop, and it will be open tomorrow." Chapter 186. Investigation into Xianxia mother and daughter, noodle restaurant opening? What? Sun Xianxia turned pale with fright. Xianxia repeated what she just said. She had been helping out here for some time, and Sun Xianxia had given her quite a few benefits. If all the business was taken away by Anew, wouldn't she lose out in the future? After getting a clear understanding of the situation, Sun Xianxia dropped the bowl she was holding. She bought a shop? That damn little bitch actually bought a shop. Where did she get the money to buy a shop? Anew had been gone for so long, Sun Xianxia thought she was dead. Unexpectedly, she had secretly bought a shop. For a moment, Sun Xianxia was both furious and envious. She was just getting by and Anew came to steal her business again. How could someone be so shameless? Then Sun Xianxia said, "Xianxia, go to Anew's place now and find out if this news is reliable." Okay. Xianxia nodded and ran off. Sun Xianxia steadied her nerves and continued to serve her customers. Just then, 3 noodle-eating customers arrived at the stall. Before they could get seated, a middle-aged woman came from across the street. "Xiaoli, Xiaozhao, Xiaowang, stop eating here. The Boss Noodle Restaurant opens tomorrow, and you will even get a free sour plum soup." Really? The 3 of them were extremely excited. The middle-aged woman said, "Of course it's true. Everyone is heading over there now to get familiar with the place. Do you want to go have a look?" We do. Sun Xianxia, standing in front of the iron pot, turned black with anger and immediately chased after the 3 customers, saying, "Hey, don't go. The noodles are already cooked. How about I give you a 5-cent discount per bowl?" One of them turned back and said, "No thanks, the flavor here is not as authentic as what the little boss has." 3 cents a bowl, and they still want it to be more authentic? Pah! Sun Xianxia spat fiercely on the ground. "Disgusting poor bastards, I don't even want to do business with you." A large crowd had gathered in front of Anew's shop. Xianxia was one of them, standing in the middle of the crowd, tiptoeing and craning her neck to see the renovation inside the shop. The door was made of glass. The interior was simply arranged, easy to see at a glance. Pictures of pickled fish noodles were stuck all around the walls. It looked hot with sesame, chili, green onion, and cilantro sprinkled on top, a very visual impact, making people salivate and couldn't wait to try a bowl. Color cameras have been introduced in 1936, but at this time, few people used them to photograph dishes for promotion. Anew must be the first in the city to do this. To take these photos, Yang spent quite a sum, a luxury few businesses could afford. No doubt, Yang's idea was simply too brilliant. Many onlookers marveled in their hearts that this little boss was really good at doing business. Some of the other businessmen even planned to copy this business strategy after they got back. When Xianxia got back, she told Sun Chuanxiang about it. Upon hearing this, Sun Chuanxiang was so furious that she couldn't stand it. She could already foresee the miserable scene tomorrow. No, she must come up with a plan to retain her business. Is Yang selling a bowl for 5 cents less tomorrow and also giving out a cup of sour plum soup? Sun Chuanxiang followed up asking. Yes. Xianxia nodded, but not everyone gets a 5-cent discount, only those with cards get it, but everyone does get a sour plum soup. Okay. Sun Chuanxiang nodded, then we'll sell it for 1 cent a bowl. Since fish was not expensive, the cost of a bowl of noodles was about 3 cents. Even if they were sold for 1 cent a bowl, there were still profits to be made, just less than before. Although she was at a disadvantage in terms of taste, she could drop the price. Let's see if Yang has the guts to lower her prices too. She didn't believe that if she sold it for 1 cent a bowl, no one would come to eat. At around 5 o'clock the next morning, Yang arrived at the restaurant. Although the opening time was set for 6 o'clock, people started lining up around 5:30. At around 5:40, a small truck parked in front of the store and 5 or 6 workers started arranging flower baskets at the entrance. Someone also brought a red carpet. Yang wondered, "Sir, are you sure you've got the right place? I didn't order these things." The flower delivery man checked the delivery note. It's 518 Yurtist Road, all right. These things were ordered by a Mr. Mo to be delivered here. Mr. Mo? Yang raised her eyebrows slightly. Could it be Mo Chishan? It seemed that there was no one else. While she was thinking about this, Mo Chishan strolled over with a porcelain cat. Yang, I wish you a successful opening. Hey, race a lucky cat for you. The lucky cat originated from our country, and had existed for more than 1,000 years. At this time, they were imported goods and quite expensive. Thank you. Yang took it. I'm sorry to have made you spend. Mo Chishan smiled and said, It didn't cost much, there's no need to worry about it. At exactly 6 o'clock in the morning, with the help of Mo Chishan, Yang unveiled the red cloth covering the signboard. The characters on the sign were simple, just the words, Sour Fish Noodle Restaurant, which was easy to understand at a glance. Yang, it's time for the firecrackers. Wang Jinfeng handed Yang a pack of matches. Mo Chishan had originally thought that Yang would ask for his help since most girls were afraid of such things. But Yang didn't hint at needing any help. She walked directly to the firecrackers, slowly lit the match, and lit the firecrackers. As the firecrackers crackled loudly, Yang calmly turned around. The moment Yang emerged from the dense smoke, Mo Chishan couldn't help wondering, was she really not an immortal who had descended from the clouds? As the firecrackers sounded, the restaurant was instantly filled with customers. Boss, we need 3 bowls of noodles over here. We want 5 bowls over here. Chapter 187. Marketing Strategy. Buy a house to save for wife. _1 Yang was busy receiving money, serving noodles, and taking orders. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng were bustling in the kitchen. Even Mo Baichuan had joined in the delivery of the dishes. Due to the lack of seats in the store, many people ordered a bowl of noodles and squatted outside to eat. They enjoyed the spicy and tangy pickled fish noodles while sipping on the appetizing sour plum soup. The enjoyment was extreme. There was a lively atmosphere both inside and outside the store. Those who had never eaten pickled fish noodles couldn't help but order a portion. Business was booming, and the queue of people never ended. This scene made the bosses of nearby shops turn green with envy. Sun Chuanxiang arrived quite early in the morning. Unlike usual, there was no queue in front of her stall this morning. Seeing the deserted stall, Sun Chengxiang's face fell. She knew where all those customers had gone without having to think about it. Yang, that damn bitch. Sun Chuanxiang had thought that lowering the price of pickled fish noodles to 1 cent a bowl in the morning should surely attract many people. However, reality had dealt her a heavy blow. Seeing Sun Chuanxiang like this, Xianxia was scared to even breathe. After all, her livelihood now depended on Sun Chengxiang's mood. After a while, Li Xianxia hesitantly suggested. Sister, don't worry. Maybe it's too early, and everyone hasn't come out yet. This reason was far-fetched. Even Li Xianxia didn't believe it. Sun Chengxiang's eyes bulged. You go now and see what's happening in that bitch Yang store. Oh, Li Xianxia immediately took off her apron. I'm going now. Li Xianxia was flabbergasted as soon as she reached the entrance of the noodle restaurant. What does it mean when a door is like a marketplace? This was what it meant. What a contrast between boom and bust. If Sun Chuanxiang saw the scene at Yang's, she would probably jump off a building out of anger. Even seeing this made Li Xiangxi's eyes red with envy. Sun Chuanxiang used to make over 5,000 yuan a month just by running a stall. According to Yang's business, doesn't she make 20 to 30,000 a month? My goodness! That's terrifying. 20 to 30,000. That's more than what most people make in several years. Although Yang's noodles were really delicious, smelling the fragrance from the shop, Li Xianxia couldn't help but swallow her saliva. After going back, Li Xianxia told Sun Chuanxiang about the situation. Hearing this, Sun Chuanxiang was consumed by jealousy. As long as Yang existed, she couldn't continue her business. That little bitch was driving her into a corner. Sister, don't worry. The reason why Yang's place is busy is because of the good taste. If we can improve our flavor, we won't worry about having no customers. Li Xiangxi's words hit the nail on the head. Every person is a hidden foodie, so they don't care if the pickled vegetable noodles are 3 cents a bowl or 1 cent a bowl. They just want a good taste. After all, there aren't many good things to eat these days. Pickled fish is a novelty. Sun Chuanxiang understood this, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't replicate Yang's flavor. No matter how she treated the fish, there was always a fishy smell, and the pickled vegetables from the market didn't have enough flavor. Li Xianxia continued, Sister, we can think about getting the recipe for the pickled fish from Yang. Her pickled fish is so delicious. There must be a recipe. Upon hearing this, a spark flashed in Sun Chengxiang's eyes. Right. Why hadn't she thought about it before? She could find a way to get the recipe. Li Gongqing had been thinking about Yang's opening day, and so he had come early. Seeing the busy figure in the shop, Li Gongqing almost thought he was hallucinating. Was that Mo Qishan? As Song Beiqing's personal assistant, Li Gongqing was familiar with everyone around Song Beiqing. He even knew about Mo Qishan's cancelled engagement. Although Mo Qishan was a bit of a waste, he was born into a distinguished family, being the biological son of Lady Mo. He couldn't possibly be reduced to working for Yang, right? Moreover, Mo Qishan was spoiled by Lady Mo, who wouldn't even scold him. How could he be working in such a servile way? In this era, being a self-employed worker was considered lowly. No matter how much money you made, you didn't have a good reputation. Let alone working for a self-employed worker. Chapter 188. Marketing Strategy. Buy a house to save for wife. _2. What's going on? If it wasn't for his own eyes witnessing it, Li Gongqing definitely wouldn't believe it was true. Mr. Mo. Li Gongqing walked over to Mo Qishan and greeted him respectfully. Mo Qishan gave him a puzzled look. Since Mo Qishan was often idle and unstable like a shoddy job, it was normal that he didn't recognize Li Gongqing. Li Gongqing quickly explained, Mr. Mo, my name is Li Gongqing. I am the assistant to your nephew Song Beiqing. I came to pick up breakfast for the old lady. It was then that Mo Qishan remembered that Yang was responsible for preparing breakfast for old lady Mo every morning. You wait a moment. I'll go call Yang for you. Yang? Is Mo Qishan really that close with Yang? What's their relationship? Could it be a romantic one? A talented young lady like Yang wouldn't be attracted to an aimless person like Mo Qishan, right? Li Gongqing suppressed his surprise, nodded and said, Okay, thank you Mr. Mo. Mo Qishan then turned and headed to the kitchen. A few moments later, Yang came out with an insulated box and 2 bowls of noodles. Thank you, Xiaoni. Li Gongqing took the insulated box and noodles with one hand and handed the money to Yang with the other. Xiaoni, I wish you a thriving business and a fortune every day. Yang smiled and said, Thank you. The noodle restaurant was very busy. After getting his takeout, Li Gongqing didn't stay long and quickly left. It wasn't until around 1 p.m. that the number of noodle eaters began to decrease. Anew roughly calculated, from 6 o'clock in the morning until now, over 7 hours, nearly 1,500 servings of noodles have been sold. Excluding the 500 discounted bowls, the rest were sold at the regular price, meaning these 7 hours of business brought in more than 450 yuan. This does not include the price of the sour plum soup because it was complimentary today. The soup will definitely bring in more when it's priced separately tomorrow. As Anew did the math, she hung a sign saying, taking a break on the glass door outside and planned to rest for an hour and a half and be back in business at 2:30 p.m. As important as money is, it can't compare to good health. Brother Mo, you've worked hard today. Anew took the bowl of noodles from Mo Qixin's hand and placed it in front of the last table of guests. Mo Qixin smiled and said, "It's no big deal, I was just wasting time anyway." Anew continued, "It's getting late now, Brother Mo, let me take you out for a meal." Mo Qixin had helped her all morning without ever taking a breather. Anew wanted to treat him to a good meal. And Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng in the kitchen were equally busy. "If you really want to treat me to a meal," Mo Qixin replied, "just cook me a bowl of noodles." After a hard morning's work, how could Anew just treat him to a bowl of noodles? But Mo Qixin, as though seeing through Aneyang's thoughts, sat down opposite her and sternly said, "I really just want a bowl of noodles." Anew gave a small smile. "All right, just wait a bit then." As she finished speaking, Anew turned and headed to the kitchen. In the kitchen, Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng were constantly busy. Even though there weren't many customers now, they were still preparing for the afternoon's business. Despite the morning rush, neither of them felt tired. When they were in the countryside, they used to work in the fields. No matter how hot the sun was, they could not rest for a moment. Compared to the dirty and tiresome farm work, this was nothing. "Aunt Zhou, Aunt Jinfeng, you've worked hard." Anew rolled up her sleeves. "Don't worry about it for now, go rest in the front room for a while, I'll cook the noodles for you." Zhou Qingshang smiled and said, "It's not laborious at all." Wiping her apron, Wang Jinfeng said, Yang, we brought our own meals, you don't need to fuss." She had given them such a high salary, how could they still eat Aneyang's noodles? A person must know their boundaries. Remember, at this time, people only earn about 30 yuan a month working in a factory, but Anew gives them 60 yuan a month. Anew said, "Aunts, you don't need to bring meals for noon from now on, I have plenty of noodles here. Unless you don't like the taste of the noodles here." On hearing this, Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng quickly explained, No, it's not that we don't like the taste of the noodles, it's just that." Anew interrupted their words with a smile, "Since you don't dislike the taste of the noodles, don't bring food during lunch hours anymore, or else he'll be upset." Chapter 189. Marketing Strategy. Buy a house to save for wife. 3. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng felt immensely grateful. They understood that Anew wanted to spare them the awkwardness, hence she said it in that manner. Although it was just a matter of one meal in the long run, that could actually save them a considerable amount of money. At the same time, they both secretly resolved to work even harder for Anew from now on. Anew, guiding Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng to the exit, said, "Two aunts, you may rest now. I am capable of handling this by myself. The noodles will be ready soon." Zhou Qingshang protested, "But we really did bring meals for today." Anew chuckled, "Then you can take them home and eat them tonight. Besides, I didn't cook only for you too, Brother Mo, and I also need to eat." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng relaxed significantly and went outside, sharing a laugh. Anew tied her apron and started cooking the noodles. In no time, she prepared 4 steaming bowls of pickled fish noodles. With everything she needed already available in the restaurant, Anew added other food ingredients like crispy fried eggs, green vegetables, bean sprouts, pork slices, chili, green onions, and cilantro. It transformed the simple dish into a deluxe version of pickled noodle soup. Anew placed the bowls on the table and said, "Aunt Zhou, Aunt Jinfeng, Brother Mo, let's eat." Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng glanced at each other, lifted the bowls from the table, and said in unison, "We will eat over there." Young people should have their space for conversations. It wouldn't be appropriate for 2 old ladies to sit between them. The 2 women took their bowls and moved away. "Thank you, Yang." Mo Qishan accepted the noodles from Anew naturally. Let's see how it tastes. Anew watched Mo Qishan, anticipation in her eyes. This wasn't the first time Mo Qishan had tasted Anew's cooking. Although he knew that the noodles wouldn't be disappointing, the incredible taste still left him awestruck. The noodles were chewy and the sour and spicy soup was a delight. The fish was remarkably tender and delicious. No hint of fishy taste lingered, making one crave more. Despite being someone who didn't indulge in culinary pleasures, Mo Qishan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder there were so many people queuing up this morning. It's really delicious. Mo Qishan praised, giving Anew a thumbs up. Anew laughed and said, "Then you have to finish all of it. If it's not enough, I can make more for you." "That's enough," Mo Qishan replied. The bowls were huge and filled to the brim with generous portions of meat, eggs, and vegetables. Even with Mo Qishan's appetite, he would be unable to eat a second bowl. The noodles were just as satisfying for Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng. Taking advantage of the afternoon break, Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng took a nap while Anew and Mo Qishan stepped out for a stroll. Walking shoulder to shoulder, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Anew's understanding from her past life made it easy for her to converse on any topic with unique insights. There was no barrier to their communication. Mo Qishan was astounded. He felt like he had found a treasure. The duo discussed the future development trends. Anew sighed and said, "If we have the money, it would be great to invest in real estate, especially in Beijing and Shanghai. It would be best to buy as many houses as possible there." In this era, people are generally content with their current situations and could not imagine the significant changes in the major cities in the next 2 or 3 decades. For ordinary people, owning a couple of properties would ensure financial stability for their later years. During Anew's successful past life, she read a news report about a wealthy man in China who amassed his fortune in the 1980s by investing in real estate. He was able to collect an average rent of 30 billion a month. That would be 360 billion a year. And all of this with zero investment. There was no risk involved. All he had to do was stay at home and collect the rent. Not only could he never spend this amount of money himself, but he could also leave the property for his descendants to inherit. Indeed, this was the true meaning of perpetual wealth. Mo Qishan, of course, had no idea about the future developments. Still, he nodded and kept Anew's words in his mind. Having commitments in the afternoon, Mo Qishan left after dropping Anew at the noodle restaurant. Just when he reached the corner of the street, a black car pulled over. "Brother 6. Wu Daning got out of the car. How is the situation with sister-in-law?" "She is doing well," Mo Qishan replied as he got into the car. Chapter 190. Marketing Strategy. Buy a house to save for wife. _4. Wu Daning drove away. Inside the car, Mo Qishan then spoke. "Darning, didn't you mention before that you wanted to invest in something?" Wu Daning nodded. Wu Daning was a rural man with poor living conditions in his family home. He hoped to invest his spare money into something that would increase his earnings and help his grandparents, parents, and siblings live a better life. In the 1960s and 70s, before the one-child policy, it wasn't uncommon for rural families to have 7 or 8 children. Wu Daning, being the middle child, despite having made some money while working with Mo Qishan, he was unable to provide for his large family. "Invest in property," Mo Qishan then said. Wu Daning, puzzled, asked, "Brother 6, are you talking about buying houses?" Mo Qishan nodded. "Your 6th sister-in-law is correct. In the future, property will certainly play a vital role in the economy. Investing in several houses in Beijing will be stronger than any other investment." He carefully thought about it. Actually, what Anew said made a lot of sense. In these times of great change, university graduates are allocated jobs in big cities, farmers are coming to big cities to find work, individual businesses are moving to big cities. As the population increases, the rise of house prices is inevitable. Wu Daning laughed. "Houses can't be eaten or worn, it's enough to have a place to live. Besides, I have a homestead in my hometown. I plan to build a brick house during the new year so the whole family can move in." In the 80s, most farmers lived in straw or mud houses. Building a brick house was a remarkable thing, equal in honor to having a college student in the family. Wu Darning's ability to build a new house in his hometown can be considered as bringing honor to the Wu family. Mo Qishan chuckled. Instead of spending money on building a house in your hometown, it would be better to buy a large house in Beijing. This way you can use it for investment and for living. It simply kills two birds with one stone. Building a house in the countryside at this time is not cheap. It is more or less like buying a house in Beijing, and buying a house may even be cheaper. Let's forget about it, Wu Darning scratched his head while laughing. My family in Beijing doesn't have any relatives. If I really bring my parents and grandparents over from my hometown, they may not be used to it. How could a house possibly appreciate in value? With Beijing's population so thin, what if he ends up with lots of vacant houses that he can't sell? Who will he cry to then? In Wu Darning's view, the suggestion to invest in property is simply unreliable. Brother 6, where are we going now? Wu Darning turned to look at Mo Qishan. To the sales office. Mo Qishan replied nonchalantly. Huh. Wu Darning looked at Mo Qishan in confusion. To buy a house. Mo Qishan explained. Wu Darning was almost crying. Brother 6, I'm not buying a house. He was going to go back to the countryside to build a house. I'm buying it for myself. Mo Qishan continued to say. Upon hearing that, Wu Darning heaved a sigh of relief. Brother 6, doesn't your family have enough houses? Mo Qishan lit a cigarette. To save up for the dowry. Buy a house for dowry? Was Mo Qishan kicked in the head by a donkey? Mo Qishan, as if he saw Wu Darning's concerns, laughed and said, Don't worry, your sixth sister-in-law won't be wrong. Why don't you also buy a couple of houses? No way. Wu Darning firmly replied. I need to save the money in my pocket to build a little Western-style building back in the village. A little Western-style building. By that time, he could definitely dazzle those who used to look down on his family. Just thinking about this made Wu Darning somewhat excited. Mo Qishan exhaled a puff of smoke slowly, as you like. It's not right to push someone on such matters. Even when they left the sales office, Wu Darning was still in a state of bewilderment. Brother 6, shall we go back now and cancel all those houses? You shouldn't just buy so many houses because of what your sixth sister-in-law said. With so many houses, if he can't sell them in the future, he won't have a place to cry. That's not the way to court a woman. Although it's not his money, Wu Darning still feels sorry for Mo Qishan. People in love are just idiots. Mo Qishan usually seemed like a very astute person, but when he gets confused, he gets really confused. Mo Qishan just laughed. It's okay. If they eventually don't sell, I'll just consider it as a loss in gambling. Chapter 191. Marketing Strategy. Buy a house to save for wife. _5. Lost in cards? What kind of card game could cost so much money? As they were talking, Mo Qishan added, In a few days we'll be passing through Shanghai. Let's buy a few more houses in Huangfu district. Buy more. Wu Darning was speechless. Your sixth sister-in-law said, Mo Qishan continued, that only houses in Beijing and Shanghai have high investment value. Wu Darning, not daring to speak ill of Anew, could only whisper, Not everything your sixth sister-in-law says is necessarily right. Mo Qishan laughed. Whether it's right or not doesn't matter, what matters is that she said it. Wu Darning. Hopefully, Mo Qishan won't regret it later. He could only offer a slight warning and avoid saying too much. Thinking about all that money going down the drain, Wu Darning felt a twinge of pain. If he had that much money, he'd rather spend it on more food and clothes, not like Mo Qishan. Even putting it in the bank to earn interest would be better than buying houses. Sigh, Mo Qishan was the type who just did not turn back until he hit a wall. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the noodle restaurant opened on time. Even though the afternoon crowd wasn't as large as the morning, all the tables in the shop were always occupied. By dinner time, there was a line forming again. Luckily, Anew had prepared plenty of noodles and fish soup in advance, otherwise, they wouldn't have been enough. Despite good business, Anew didn't stay open too late and closed punctually at 7:30. Firstly, it was for health reasons. Secondly, it was a marketing strategy. She had to keep her customers longing, maintaining an air of mystery to attract more new customers. If the restaurant were open all the time, it might seem too cheap to customers. That night, back home, Anew sat on the bed and went over the day's accounts. She found that the day's total business actually amounted to 850 yuan. The total cost of electricity, water, gas, labor, and ingredients was about 2 yuan. After deducting these, the net profit was 750 yuan. Along with the good sales of facial cleanser and aloe vera gel in the past few days, she could make around 900 yuan a day, which amounted to 27,000 yuan a month. Even though she could earn more than 20,000 yuan a month, Anew was not satisfied at all. After all, in her previous life, she was a boss playing with millions within minutes. She had to work harder. After securing the money, Anew went to cook. Cuihua had already washed the vegetables, so Anew just had to cook them. In no time, Anew had cooked 3 dishes and a soup. The first dish, stir-fried pork with cowpea. The Compendium of Materia Medica records that cowpeas nourish qi, strengthen kidneys and spleen. So, cowpeas are good for preventing premature aging. The second dish, braised pig's trotters. Pig's trotters are rich in collagen, which helps enhance breast volume. Although Anew already had a nice figure, she still needed to maintain it. The third dish, spicy stir-fried bamboo shoots. Compendium of Materia Medica supplement notes that bamboo shoots are beneficial for the 9 orifices, circulation of blood, clearing phlegm and removing food stagnation. As such, bamboo shoots are very good for slimming. With her daily hearty diet, she had to prevent her figure from becoming misshapen. The soup is cuttlefish and winter melon soup. The Sui Shi Residence Diet says, cuttlefish cures abnormal uterine bleeding, irregular menstruation, hernia, and is most beneficial for women. The combination of cuttlefish and wintermelon has a good blood-nourishing effect. Thus, this dish is very beneficial for the female friends. Just as she was setting the 3 dishes on the table, Anew arrived. Yang, how was business today? Anew smiled and said, pretty good. Anew picked up the teacup and said, Yang, it's not easy for you to have achieved this. You and your mother have finally seen better days after all the hardships. I wish you more success in the future, as the saying goes, prosperity in abundance. From starting with a street stall to owning her own shop now, Anew had seen Aneyang's growth. Others might think it was easy for her to make money and buy the shop in less than half a year. However, only Anew knew how hard it was for Anew to attain this success. Every morning, she woke up between 2 and 3 o'clock. Before dawn broke, she was carrying 400 to 500 kilograms of soup to market. Rain or shine, she never took a day off. Without seeing it firsthand, it would be hard to believe that a 17-year-old girl could be so hardworking and endure so much. Her resilience was even beyond that of average adults. Anew had never admired anyone before, but Anew was the first. Cuihua and Anew raised their glasses. Thank you, Sister Qingui/Auntie Qingui. Chapter 192. Marketing Strategy. Buy a house to save for wife. _6. After dinner, Anew went back into the kitchen to prepare the ingredients for Mrs. Mo's breakfast the next morning. The next morning, Anew was up before 3 o'clock as usual. Firstly, she had to prepare breakfast for old Mrs. Mo, and secondly, she had to go to the shop early to prepare the fish soup and noodles. There isn't a business owner who doesn't rise early. In the deep autumn at 3 o'clock, it was still pitch black outside. There were no street lights in the rural area, and there was not a person on the road. Occasionally, one could hear the strange cries of birds, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. If it were anyone else, they would probably be scared out of their wits. But Anew was not afraid. In her previous life, what had she not experienced? In fact, ghosts are not the scariest things. What's truly terrifying is the human heart. At 4 o'clock, Anew arrived at the shop. She started simmering sour plum soup, preparing sour fish, and soon the small kitchen was filled with warm steam. Although Anew told Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng to arrive at the shop by 6 o'clock every morning, they were there at 5. Since Anew was so good to them, they couldn't be ungrateful. One should know how to repay kindness. Seeing Wang Jinfeng and Zhou Qingshang, Anew exclaimed surprisingly, Aunties, why are you so early? Wang Jinfeng and Zhou Qingshang immediately started helping. We are used to getting up early at home, and we can't sleep. It's better to come early. Both Wang Jinfeng and Zhou Qingshang were mothers of several children. If this were in a later era, they certainly could not have come so early, because as housewives, they had to wake the children, cook for them, send them to school, and take care of the children, along with a list of other chores. But at this time it was different. The children of this era were especially resilient. Normal children of 5 or 6 years old could cook by themselves. 7 or 8-year-olds were even more adept at working. The few of them worked together, and soon it was 6 o'clock. As soon as the door to the noodle restaurant was opened, the waiting customers rushed in madly. Another busy day had begun. Li Gongqing was earlier this morning than yesterday, and when he delivered the meals to the Mo family, it was only a little past 8. There were guests at the Mo family today, a woman in her 30s, slender, with her back to Li Gongqing, her face somewhat unclear, but seeming pretty from her silhouette. "Old lady, this is today's breakfast." As Li Gongqing's gaze slid over the woman's face, he couldn't help but feel a chill on his scalp. He could not have imagined that the face of this woman could be so. It was beyond description. If he had to describe it, it looked like a toad's skin. Her face was filled with big and small pimples, and her forehead was covered with acne marks and pockmarks. Ordinary people also suffered from pimples, but most would have only 2 or 3. Like her, with a face full of pimples, Li Gongqing had never seen before. It was too ugly. "Aunt, seeing that you and Xiaodai are fine, I am relieved." The young woman spoke softly, her voice gentle as water. Li Gongqing was stunned again. This woman is Mrs. Mo's niece from her maternal home, Lin Pingping? What was known was that Lin Pingping used to be one of the top beauties. When did she become like this? This was too horrifying. With these complex emotions, Li Gongqing left Mo family. Inside the house, the conversation continued. Old Mrs. Mo sighed. "Ping, what exactly did the beauty specialist say about your face?" The most important thing for a girl was her face. Speaking of this topic, Lin Pingping also sighed. She didn't know how much money she had spent for this face, how many skincare products she bought, but they were all useless, and it was getting worse and worse. She had been like this for over a year, and her relationship with her husband was deteriorating. Her husband didn't even want to touch her for 5 or 6 months. He bluntly stated that she was disgusting. Last month, for fear that her face would be contagious, he forcefully separated their rooms to sleep. She didn't know how much she had suffered from her mother-in-law and father-in-law. Now, there at her in-laws, even her food was served in a separate bowl. If it were not for her aunt Mrs. Mo supporting her, her husband would have divorced her a long time ago. The purpose of her visit to the Mo family today was to check up on Mrs. Mo and Mo Hudi, and also to warn her in-laws that she had someone backing her up. Although both her parents died, Lin Pingping won't allow herself to be bullied. Chapter 193. Marketing Strategy. Buy a house to save for wife. Under 7. Auntie, you don't have to worry. Experts in cosmetics abroad said my face will be fine. It will heal in a short time. Lin Pingping didn't want to worry the old Mrs. Mo, whatever her age. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Mo at last sighed relief. That's good, that's good. After a pause, she continued, Ping, I hope you won't hesitate to tell your auntie anything you find difficult. Lin Ping nodded. I know, auntie. Mrs. Mo then asked, by the way, is Hongbin treating you well? Do your in-laws give you a hard time? When Ping saw her auntie worrying about her, she felt the urge to cry, but she held it in. Yes, they are treating me well. Especially Hongbin. I'm such a beautiful woman he married. He wouldn't dare to treat me badly. She and Hongbin were in a love marriage. At that time, Hongbin's family had nothing. His parents, grandparents, brothers and sisters all lived in a tiny 30-square-meter house provided by his father's office. When she told Mrs. Mo about this, she was strongly opposed. But in the end, she couldn't withstand Lin Ping's determination. At their wedding, Mrs. Mo gave them 100,000 yuan in dowry. Lin Ping used this money to buy a bigger house, help Hongbin's brothers and sisters to go to school, and used her connections to help Hongbin climb the ladder at work. This is where Hongbin's success today comes from. But no one in his family remembers her favor. She loved Hongbin wholeheartedly, but in the eyes of his family, that was Hongbin's talent and even something to be flaunted before others. Look at how capable our son is. Even the daughter of a rich family insists on marrying him. No one knew of her deep affection for Hongbin hidden behind his talent. Because of her reverse dowry to Hong Bin, she had no status in his family, and regardless of her contributions, they thought it was only to be expected. Unfortunately, Lin Pingping had to silently bear the bitterness, unable to voice it out. Because she chose this path, she had no reason to go to anyone and complain. She could only bear it, regardless of how Hong Bin and his family treated her, she could only bear it. She has to cling to the last bit of her dignity. Hearing her talk like this, Mrs. Mo was relieved. Right, marrying you, such a good girl, the Hong family should count their blessings. Ping, if you ever suffer any injustice, you mustn't keep it to yourself. Since your parents passed away early, your uncle and I are your surrogate parents. Speak up, and we will help you stand up for yourself. She knew that Ping's in-laws were something else. This is why she opposed the marriage back then. Lin Ping nodded. Don't worry, Auntie. Mrs. Mo continued. Let's not just chat, come eat breakfast. Ping, listen, I recently met a young gifted doctor named Anew. Not only is her cooking delicious, but her medical skill is also excellent. She is the one who cured Xiaodai. Lin Ping exclaimed surprisingly. Really? As she opened the insulated box, Mrs. Mo replied. Of course. Would I lie to you? As soon as the lid of the insulated box was lifted, an overwhelming aroma filled the air. Looking at the food inside, Lin Ping said, Auntie, have your teeth been feeling better lately, and are your eyes feeling better as well? You hardly have dizzy spells, and you seem to be in a better spirit, isn't it? Mrs. Mo was surprised. Yes. How did you know? Lin Ping smiled. I could tell by looking at the food. The food? Mrs. Mo was puzzled, then she said, Right. Anew does cook delicious meal. Lin Ping continued. Auntie, you might not know, but the food is not only delicious, there's a lot of thought behind it. Mrs. Mo asked in confusion. What do you mean? Lin Ping picked up her chopsticks and pointed at one of the dishes. Look at this. It has mushrooms and shrimp. Mushrooms are polysaccharides that can prevent dental plaque, and shrimp are rich in calcium and can strengthen teeth. And look at this chili fried lettuce. Western medical research has found that lettuce is beneficial to the 5 internal organs, tonifies the muscles and bones, promotes heat, opens up the meridians, removes oral odor, and improves eyesight. And check out this albizia porridge. Albizia has the effect of relieving irritability, alleviating depression, calming restlessness, regulating mood, and promoting mental clarity. As a Western medicine practitioner herself, Lin Ping could tell at a glance what benefits certain foods provided. From this, she could tell that the chef's thoughts were meticulous. The meal she prepared was suitable for seniors, and she must have done some research beforehand. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Mo was stunned. Does the food really have all those benefits? Yes. Lin Ping nodded. Do you think I've been practicing medicine all these years for nothing? Mrs. Mo's eyes were filled with surprise. No wonder she has been feeling healthier lately. The food must have been well combined. Anew really put a lot of effort into it. The most touching point to Mrs. Mo was that Anew had never tried to earn credit for this in front of her. If Lin Ping hadn't mentioned that, she wouldn't have known that there was such insight hidden in ordinary food. Anew is truly a blessing to their family. Thinking of this, Mrs. Mo couldn't help but smile again. Lin Ping continued, By the way, Auntie, I heard that something happened to Xianxia. Is she doing better now? Chapter 194. How to be an onlooker. Bubble TL hearing this question. The smile on old Madame Mo's face gradually faded. Not yet. The doctor didn't rule out the possibility that she might fall into a vegetative state. She is currently still under observation. A vegetative state? Lin Ping was quite frightened. How could this happen? Li Xianxia is only 20 years old this year. If she truly ends up in a vegetative state, how will her future days go by? Old Madame Mo sighed. Xianxia has always been quite an obstinate child. This situation wouldn't have occurred otherwise. Lin Ping reached out and held old Madame Mo's hand. Auntie, don't worry. Xianxia is a good girl. She will definitely be okay. I hope so. Old Madame Mo sighed softly. Come, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat. Lin Ping nodded and served old Madame Mo a bowl of porridge before serving herself. Having received excellent etiquette training, Lin Ping didn't make any noise while eating. However, right as the porridge went down her throat, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. My goodness! The taste was simply amazing. Lin Pingping had never known that a simple bowl of porridge could taste so delicious. She immediately reached out and grabbed some lettuce heart. The lettuce heart was cooked to perfection. It was crisp, refreshing, with a tinge of spiciness that winded around her tongue and teeth. The aftertaste was endless, making one want to take a second bite after the first. Upon seeing Lin Pingping's reaction, old Madame Mo smiled and asked, "How was it?" "The taste was good, wasn't it?" Lin Pingping quickly nodded. "Good? It's more than good. It's absolutely delicious." Lin Ping had assumed with such nutritious food, the taste would be minimal. To her surprise, the taste was incredible. The most humble ingredients had been used to create extraordinarily impressive flavors. It was obvious that the cook had an ingeniously versatile heart. If it's delicious, then eat more. Don't go trying to be like those other girls, starving themselves for the sake of looking good. Old Madame Mo added more porridge into Pingping's bowl. The aunt and niece enjoyed their meal. "Grandma, Auntie." Mo Baichuan entered the room and greeted. "Baichuan, you look increasingly energetic," Lin Pingping said with a laugh. "How about it? Have you found a girlfriend yet?" "I'm not in a hurry." Mo Baichuan sat on the sofa opposite them. Lin Pingping continued, "You're not getting any younger. Time to get serious." At this point, Mo Qishan had descended from upstairs. Mo Baichuan immediately stated, "These things should be arranged by the elders first." Mo Qishan had just been dumped by Zhao Jingrong, and people were still gossiping about it. Mo Baichuan was purposely stirring the pot. Old Madame Mo knew that the relationship between this nephew and uncle had always been tense. Mo Baichuan was a remarkably outstanding person, already a big leader at the age of 26. As for Mo Qishan, he was already 27 and yet he remains unaccomplished and idle, naturally generating friction. One being her son and the other her grandson, with none of them being in the wrong, old Madame Mo found it difficult to mediate the situation, so she could only pamper them and find ways to mediate. Lin Pingping could also sense the underlying tension between them and tried to shift the focus. "Your sixth uncle is your sixth uncle, and you are you. We are discussing something with your grandma right now." Without showing any anger or embarrassment, Mo Qishan walked over and said nonchalantly, "You, my impressive nephew, need not worry about your sixth auntie's affairs." Somehow, Mo Baichuan found the word impressive to be a bit grating. Was it just his imagination? As an underachiever, Mo Qishan had no right to mock others. If it weren't for his seniority, Mo Baichuan would never tolerate sharing a room with such a person. In his workplace, someone like Mo Qishan wouldn't even qualify to serve him tea or water. After saying this, Mo Qishan greeted Lin Pingping and old Madame Mo. "My dear, I have some business to attend to, so I won't entertain you for now. Remember to stay for dinner tonight." Lin Pingping cheerfully replied, "You go handle your business, don't worry about me." "Busy doing what?" A look of derision flashed in Mo Baichuan's eyes. Besides chasing women and fooling around, what serious business could Mo Qishan have? Every time he thought about Mo Qishan going out to chase after Yang, a surge of nameless anger rose within Mo Baichuan. Such an adult man being completely taken in by that little girl, Yang. No wonder he was still a good-for-nothing at 27. How to remain indifferent. Bubble tea _2. Indeed, him being labeled a waste by the outside world wasn't without reason. The conflict between uncle and nephew subtly spread across the room, with an oppressive atmosphere taking over. Old Lady Mo shifted the conversation smilingly. "Baichuan, Xianxia is still hospitalized. Have you visited her?" Upon hearing this, Mo Baichuan seemed to have been reminded of something, to which he replied, "Grandma, didn't you mention last time that you wanted Yang to look into her condition?" Old Lady Mo sighed. "Indeed she went. But Yang says she specializes in difficult and complicated diseases and she doesn't know what to do when it comes to physical injuries." Mo Baichuan slightly furrowed his brows. According to his current investigation, Yang's medical skills were indeed good. She cured Yang Gobeo's epilepsy and even cured Mo Hudi's stubborn illness, which had earned Dr. Ace's admiration. How could such a person be helpless against a minor injury? Could it be that she just didn't want to treat Li Xianxian? Then why wouldn't she want to treat Li Xianxian? Everyone says that doctors must show benevolence. Where was Yang's benevolence? Could it be just because Xianxia was an orphan, lacking the financial and influential backing provided by the Mo family, that she didn't want to cure her? Or was it because Yang didn't want to save Xianxia because of him? Mo Baichuan narrowed his eyes as he pondered, increasingly feeling that this was the case. After all, old lady Mo saw Xianxia as her future granddaughter-in-law, and Yang had her own ulterior motives towards him. In this case, Xianxia was his main rival in love in the eyes of Yang. This explanation made sense. After all, who would save their own love rival? Right, it must be this way. Mo Baichuan had always been meticulous in his thought processes, his deductive abilities far surpassing that of average persons, and the conclusions that he inferred were usually not far from the truth. Yang was truly malicious, choosing to stand by and watch Xianxia's demise just for the sake of having him to herself. What right did she even have to be a doctor? The expression on Mo Baichuan's face grew increasingly dark. Seeing him like this, old lady Mo asked in concern, Chuan, what are you thinking? Only then did Mo Baichuan snap back to reality. Nothing, I'll pay a visit to Xianxia. Old lady Mo laughed. This child, why are you calling her by her full name? I'm leaving. Mo Baichuan picked up his suit on the sofa and strode towards the door. Old lady Mo stood up and called after him. Chuan, could you also check with Dr. Wang about Xianxia's current condition on your way? Without turning his head, Mo Baichuan replied. Got it. Old lady Mo returned to the sofa and let out a slight sigh. Lin Pingping remarked, It seems like it's possible for Baichuan and Xianxia to be together. Old lady Mo chuckled and said, Who knows? This boy is always up to something. Furthermore, Xianxia currently is. The rest of her words went unsaid. Auntie, don't worry, Xianxia will definitely be fine. And, by the way, there's a nice girl in our office. I am thinking about introducing her to the youngest one. What do you think? Lin Pingping interjected. At this, old lady Mo's spirits lifted. Really? Lin Pingping nodded. Old lady Mo asked excitedly, What does the girl look like? What's her character? Is she good-natured? The most important factors for her now were the girl's character and appearance. Family background was not that important. Lin Pingping smiled and said, Her character and appearance are quite good. She's from a scholarly family. Her maternal grandfather was once a local scholar. Old lady Mo nodded her approval. Good. Scholarly families are great. I love those who can reason. In old lady Mo's heart, her favorite candidate was Yang. However, Yang was clearly not an ordinary person, and old lady Mo worried that Yang might not be interested in Mo Qixin. So she had never mentioned this matter. Now that Lin Pingping had a suitable person on her side, it was not a bad idea to introduce her to Mo Qixin. After all, love at first sight might happen. Things related to fate are unpredictable. Lin Pingping continued, Let's settle with this then. I will talk to the girl once I am back and later I will call you. All right, Ping, thanks for your help, old lady Mo said, and then asked. By the way, Ping, what's the name of the girl you mentioned earlier? How old is she? Lin Pingping laughed and said, Look at me, I was so excited that I forgot to tell you the important details. The girl's name is Huang Ran. She is 22 years old and a college graduate. Though only holding a college diploma, she still held a better status than Mo Qixin. Mo Qixin hadn't even completed high school. He simply had no right to be picky. Old lady Mo nodded her head. That's perfectly fine then. Let's go with this. How to stand by and do nothing. Bubble tea _3. Grandma, aunt, are you going to find an aunt for uncle? Mo Hudi suddenly appeared. Her bright eyes stared at Mrs. Mo and Lin Pingping. These days, Mo Hudi's condition bettered each day. She who originally weighed only 30 kilograms, now weighed 45 kilograms. She used to walk slowly, but now she can run. Lin Pingping gave Mo Hudi's head a gentle pat. Yes, we are looking for an aunt for your uncle. Mo Hudi tilted her head and thought for a moment. I think Sister Yang is very good. Old lady Mo laughed gently. As if suddenly remembering something, Lin Pingping took out a long box from her bag. Oh, Hudi, Aunt Pingping has prepared a gift for you. Open it and see. Perhaps because Mo Hudi had a similar experience to hers, she couldn't help but feel pained when she looked at Mo Hudi. Mo Hudi couldn't wait to open the box, and exclaimed joyfully, "Wow! A Picasso pen! Thank you, Aunt Ping Ping." Over the years, although Mo Hudi had always been sick and never went to school, she was exceptionally bright. Under the guidance of home tutors, she had mastered subjects beyond high school, showing particular talent in literature. She enjoyed practicing handwriting and writing in her spare time, which was her only hobby over the years. A good pen was a more precious gift for her than anything else. Lin Pingping smiled and said, "Pin, glad you like it, Hudi." Mo Baichuan made a trip to the hospital. Li Xianxian's condition wasn't looking well. She lay on the bed, looking like a lifeless corpse with a horrifyingly pale face. Mo Baichuan couldn't understand how Yang, being a doctor herself, could idly stand by witnessing Li Xianxian in such a state. Did she not have even a shred of sympathy left in her? To win his favor, Yang really was resorting to any means. And that Mo Qishan was an idiot too. He had lost sense of right and wrong. How could he not see through Yang's poor acting? He was an embarrassment, and if the century-old foundation of the Mo family were to fall into his hands, then the demise of the Mo family was not far off. Mo Baichuan was deeply frustrated. Today was Yang's second day of business, and it was still booming, but the sour plum soup did not sell as well as she had imagined. She prepared over 2,000 servings of sour plum soup, and by noon, only 500 cups had been sold. Just so you know, over 1,500 servings of pickled fish noodles were sold out. If the sales of sour plum soup don't pick up, she would make less money each day. This couldn't go on. Yang was taking orders and counting money while thinking about her situation when she went into the kitchen to serve noodles. She overheard the following conversation in the bustling dining hall. Mommy, I want to drink the sour plum soup." The young mother whispered quietly, "Sweetie, sour plum soup is for heat relief and can only be drunk in summer. Drinking it in winter is not good for the stomach." No, I want to drink it." "You'll catch a cold and need an injection. Are you scared of injections?" The child immediately stopped asking for sour plum soup. "Mommy, I'll be a good boy and eat my noodles. I don't want an injection." After hearing this, Yang knew what to do. She smiled faintly, striding swiftly to the back. By 7:30 in the evening, Yang promptly finished business as usual. The noodles were all sold out, while quite a few sour plum soups were left. Yang took 2 jars and filled them with the sour plum soup, giving one to Zhou Qingshang and one to Wang Jinfeng. "Auntie Zhou, Aunt Jinfeng, the sour plum soup is nothing special. Take it home and let the kids have a taste." Zhou Qingshang and Wang Jinfeng declined it again and again, but they couldn't resist Yang's enthusiasm. Yang was a good boss and knew how to win people's hearts. She knew what to do to ensure her employees worked faithfully. Giving away the sour plum soup would not only flatter them but also prevent wastage. Why not do something that is of mutual benefit? After work, Yang didn't immediately head home. Instead, she went to buy some fish and noodles. The noodle seller and Yang had become good friends. "Yang, why did you come personally again? Didn't I tell you I would have uncle deliver the noodles to you every morning?" Yang was pretty and had a sweet mouth. She knew that doing business wasn't easy, so when she bought noodles, she never bargained. The noodle-selling couple liked her very much. How to stand by and do nothing. Bubble tea _4. Yang said with a smile, "I just came over intending to buy some other things." "Auntie, do you have cassava flour here?" Yes, we do. I'll get it for you right away." The noodle shop owner's wife turned around to fetch the cassava flour for Yang. Yang, how much do you want?" Yang thought for a moment. "Give me 2 caddies for now." "All right." The shop's owner's wife weighed a full 2 caddies of cassava flour and handed it to Yang. "Auntie, how much is it?" The owner's wife said with a smile. "Never mind, it's just a bit of cassava flour." Yang ordered over 60 yuan worth of noodles from her every day, so a bit of cassava flour really wasn't much. Since Yang was so generous with them, they couldn't be stingy either. It's a two-way street after all. "Thank you then, Auntie." Yang took the cassava flour and continued. "By the way, how much is this cassava flour per caddy? I might order in large quantities in the future." The owner's wife lowered her voice. "I sell it to others at 1 cent per caddy, but I'll give it to you for 8 cents. Yang thanked her with a smile. After buying everything, Anew hopped on her bike to ride home. She had to pass Li Dongliang's shop on the way back. However, when that familiar figure flashed past on the road, Li Wei, who was engrossed in cementing his English knowledge, suddenly brightened up. Was that Anew? When he realized it was Anew, Li Wei quickly went after her. Unfortunately, Anew was too fast, and Li Wei couldn't catch up with her. With no other choice, Li Wei returned to his notes, feeling dejected. He had originally planned to ask Anew where she had disappeared to these past few days. Xiao Wei, what's wrong? Qian Jinfeng came out of the shop, looking puzzled at her precious son. Li Wei put on a smile. Nothing, I just thought I saw Anew. Anew? Qian Jinfeng frowned slightly. Is she back selling at the stall? Didn't she rent her stall to someone else? I don't know. After leaving this remark, Li Wei walked into the building looking glum. Qian Jinfeng was left standing there with mixed feelings. Why has Anew come back? Where is she selling now? Is her business good? Is she back to seduce her precious son? She can't allow her son to get entangled with the likes of her, so Qian Jinfeng ran after Li Wei, speaking gravely. Xiao Wei, you're a senior high school student now, and next year you're going to take the college entrance exam. You absolutely can't let yourself get distracted at a time like this. Anew might have a pretty face, but can a face provide meals? From what I can see, I doubt she even finished primary school. How could she possibly be good enough for you? You're going to be a university student. I got it. Li Wei responded casually, then with a thud, closed the door behind him. Qian Jinfeng didn't give up and continued to ramble outside the door. Inside, Li Wei directly tore off 2 small pieces of paper and stuffed them into his ears. After Anew got home, she began preparing to make a new beverage. She had already thought about it during the day. Given that sour plum soup, a cold drink, wasn't suitable for winter, she could create a hot drink. A steaming cup of hot milk tea in winter not only warms the body, but the stomach as well. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Let's do it then. Anew brought out the cassava flour she had bought, mixed it with brown sugar and water to make into small balls, boiled them until they were cooked, and voila, she had black tapioca pearls. Once the pearls were ready, Anew opened a tin of tea leaves, scooped out a small handful and placed them in a pot, added water, and boiled it until the tea was the right color, followed by adding milk and simmering it on low heat. At this point, the aroma of the milk and tea fusion began to permeate the air. The scent was rich and intoxicating. Anew took 3 cups, placed a small spoonful of the pearls inside each, followed by the freshly brewed milk tea. After all of this, Anew brought the milk tea to the living room. When Anew came over, Anichengui knew that what Anew was carrying was probably something new and exciting. Yang, Anichengui asked with a smile. Did you come up with another new drink? Anew nodded, placing the brewed milk tea on the table. Auntie and I, Mum, this is the milk tea I just brewed, try it. Milk tea. Anichengui perked up at this. I had this when I was on a business trip in Inner Mongolia. Anew said with a smile. Then try it and see if mine is as good as the one you had in Inner Mongolia. How to stand by and watch. Bubble tea _5. Anichengui stirred with his spoon, surprised when he saw the black granules inside. Yang, what's this black thing? He hadn't seen anything like this when he was drinking this in Inner Mongolia. Anew explained, it's tapioca pearls, made from cassava flour. Can it be eaten? Anichengui asked. Yes, it can, Nayong nodded. Anichengui took a sip from his spoon and was met with a rich milky fragrance, followed by a fresh tea aroma and a subtle fruity scent, all lingering in the mouth for a long time. The tapioca pearls were chewy, with a really nice texture, similar to that of fruit candy but much tastier. It was far tastier than the milk tea he had back in Inner Mongolia. Anichenggui's face was full of surprise. Seeing Chenggui's reaction, Suehua knew the milk tea must taste good, so she immediately picked up her cup and took a sip. Yum. Indeed, the taste did not disappoint her. Since the milk tea received such high praise, Anew made 2 more pounds of tapioca pearls that evening to serve at the noodle restaurant the following day. After prepping for the next day, Anew went on to make some facial cleanser and aloe vera gel. With the blender, she didn't have to think much about making skincare products. Since villagers kept bringing her aloe vera, Anew was not worried about running out of stock. Yang was sorting out her skincare products when Chen walked in. Yang, the freckle-removing cream you made last time is really good. I want to have 2 more sets. By the way, my colleague's sister is having acne problems. Can you make any acne-removing cream? He asked. Acne. Yang slightly raised her eyebrows. It depends on the type of acne. Is it caused by heatiness? Is it serious? Actually, aloe vera gel could suffice for mild acne. But if it's severe, the gel could only serve as an auxiliary inflammation reducer. Chingue continued, it's not that severe, but it isn't mild either. She has about 8 or 9 pimples, and it doesn't seem to be caused by heatiness. My colleague said his sister doesn't eat spicy food. Yang nodded. All right, please tell her if she can wait a day, I'll make it for her. The acne cream will be the same price as the freckle cream. Chingue took the cream from Yang with one hand and handed over the money with the other. Fine, it's a deal. The market for acne products is actually pretty large. It's arguably better than that for freckle removal. So once Chingue left, Yang started researching acne products. For products applied to the face, safety comes first, and only pure, unpolluted ingredients should be used. Why couldn't domestically produced skincare products keep their foothold in the market? Because of their unethical practices. They made inferior products and charged a fortune. Customers aren't fools. All of a sudden, an idea popped into Yang's mind. She took a flashlight and went to the vegetable garden. When she came back, she had a handful of portulaca. Portulaca is a kind of wild grass, edible and medicinal. According to traditional Chinese medicine, portulaca can be used for clearing heat, promoting urination, detoxification, reducing inflammation, quenching thirst, and diuresis. In fact, portulaca has a significant effect that is often overlooked: acne removal. After Yang cleaned and blended the portulaca, she added some honey and a secret formula, turning it into a paste. This was how she made the acne removal cream. Of course, Yang wouldn't hastily sell the products she made. After washing her face, she applied a bit of cream on the skin behind her ears. Only after confirming there was no issue would she proceed to sell it. The first thing she did the next morning was to check the acne cream she applied the night before. Very good. The skin in the mirror was fair and showed no abnormalities. Yang hummed a tune in satisfaction, packed a box of skincare products to the back seat of the bike, and then nonchalantly went to wash up. Shortly after, noises could be heard from the kitchen. She finished all these just after 3 in the morning. By the time Tsuehua and Chengue got up, Yang had already ridden off on her bike. As it was the first day of selling milk tea, Yang followed her usual routine by giving away a cup of milk tea to every noodle customer. The milk tea came in both hot and normal temperature versions. Everyone was drinking milk tea for the first time, so as expected, Yang received countless positive reviews. How to stay uninvolved. Bubble tea _6. Because the cost of milk tea is much higher than sour plum soup, Yang plans to sell it for 3 cents a cup. Although the price is a little higher than sour plum soup, compared to drinks like Jianlibo and Dabaili soda, it's a lot cheaper, so diners can accept it. Little boss, your milk tea is good. I'd like to take a cup back for my son to try. Could you give me an extra one? Yang smiled and said, if you order another bowl of noodles, I can give you an extra cup. With so many customers in the shop, she couldn't break her rules. If she gave everyone an extra cup, she wouldn't need to do business anymore. What if I buy it alone? Yang explained, if you buy it alone, it's 3 cents a cup. The promotion of getting milk tea with noodles is only for today. There won't be any tomorrow morning. All right, then cook another bowl of noodles for me. Only a fool would buy just 1 cup. People of this era have small appetites because they lack nutritious food, so they eat a lot. She could even eat 2 more bowls, let alone 1 more. After finishing her morning work, Yang took her skincare products to Wang Maifeng's unit during lunch break. Aunt Wang, here are the facial cleanser and aloe vera gel you wanted. Oh, and these samples are for acne treatment and freckle removal. You can give them to people with acne and freckles. If they like it, they can buy it from me. Wang Meifeng took the box. All right, Yang, I got it. Thanks to Yang's skincare products, Wang Meifeng is now extremely popular at the company. Everywhere she goes, People take the initiative to greet her, and even many people she doesn't know come to find her. Even a number of leaders have bought skincare products from her. This isn't because she's selling Ni Yang's skincare products, but because Ni Yang indirectly helped her expand her network. As the saying goes, the more people, the better things will go. Who doesn't have a little trouble at home? Not only did Ni Yang cure Yang Guobao for her, but she also did her such a big favor. Ni Yang is simply her benefactor in life. After returning to her office, Wang Meifeng was immediately surrounded by a group of colleagues. Meifeng, how about it? Does the ice skin jade flesh from Divine Doctor have any stock now? Yes, yes. Wang Meifeng laughed and distributed the skincare products to everyone, then gave the samples for acne and freckle removal to colleagues with acne and freckles. Lu Fun watched with her eyes turning red. She also wanted to buy a set of ice skin jade flesh from Wang Meifeng, but she didn't have the face to ask, especially since she had previously mocked Wang Meifeng, calling it skincare products for ugly faces. She regretted it. She shouldn't have done that back then. Lu Fun wished she could slap herself a few times. After a long struggle, Lu Fun finally saw Wang Meifeng at the bathroom door. She mustered up the courage to approach her and initiated the conversation. Meifeng, are you going to the bathroom? Upon hearing this, Wang Meifeng got goosebumps all over her body. What's up? Why are you acting so strange? Besides going to the bathroom, what else could I do in the bathroom? Lu Fun laughed and said, Meifeng, I'm sorry for what happened before. It was all because of my narrow mind. Please don't take it seriously. I'm the kind of person who has a bad mouth, but a good heart, Wang Meifeng said. With your good heart, you could curse your relatives with ugly faces and unable to marry. Lu Fun gave a dry laugh. Meifeng, you know all about it. I'm sorry at that time, I was led astray. I didn't mean it. Actually, Lu Fen's apology seemed quite sincere. Wang Meifeng didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly, just say what you want. Lu Fen stuttered, I want to buy a set of ice skin jade flesh. Wang Meifeng couldn't help but laugh. Lu Fun, are you not afraid of having an ugly face anymore? Lu Fen immediately said, Meifeng, I really realized my mistake. I swear, I won't do that again in the future. Could you sell me a set? From a personal perspective, Wang Meifeng didn't want to sell the skincare products to Lu Fun, given the grudges between them. But, make friends not enemies. Ni Yang is doing business, and offending people isn't good. If she doesn't sell to Lu Fun this time, what if Lu Fun spreads rumors and makes trouble next time? Business people are most afraid of trouble coming their way. She couldn't let her personal matters affect Ni Yang's business. Moreover, Lu Fun could have asked someone else to buy it for her, but she didn't, which shows that Lu Fun has truly repented. In this case, there was no need for her to hold on to Lu Fen's faults, bearing in mind that Lu Fun had never apologized to anyone besides the leaders before. How to stand by and watch. Bubble tea under 7 no matter what, she had won this battle. Wang Meifeng continued, I can sell the item to you, but you must promise not to stir up any more rumors from now on. Okay. Lu Fun quickly nodded in agreement. I swear. Upon returning to the office, Wang Meifeng gave Lu Fun the facial cleanser and aloe vera gel. By the way, I noticed a few freckles on your face. Would you like to try this freckle-removing cream? Yes, thank you, Meifeng. Lu Fun was moved to tears. Seeing Lu Fun like this, everyone in the office thought they were hallucinating. My goodness, what had turned the sharp-tongued and mean Lu Fun into this? But this was a good thing. After all, everyone worked together in the same office. If they were always at odds, it would affect their work to some degree. Sun Mei walked over and discreetly gave Wang Meifeng a thumbs up. Meifeng, you're amazing. Even the old hag Lu Fun is totally subdued by you. Wang Meifeng laughed and said, It's all because of the great ice skin and jade flesh effect from the Divine Doctor. On her way home after work, Wang Meifeng bumped into an acquaintance. The acquaintance was none other than Lin Pingping. Ping, are you coming from your aunt's house? Wang Meifeng initiated the conversation. Lin Pingping nodded. Yeah, I stayed at my aunt's house last night. Oh. Wang Meifeng nodded. Since you're free, why don't you come over to my place? You can have dinner at my house and we can have a good chat. Lin Pingping laughed and said, I'll visit another time, I have some chores to do at home. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they both turned to leave. Wang Meifeng had just turned around when it seemed as if she suddenly remembered something. Ping Ping, wait. What's up? Wang Meifeng slipped 2 small boxes into Lin Pingping's hand. This is acne removing cream. It's developed by the divine doctor and it's really effective. Try it when you get home. To instill more confidence, Wang Meifeng added, this is from that same divine doctor who cured Xiao Dai. Lin Pingping looked puzzled. Can a doctor make skincare products? It's called medicinal beauty. Wang Meifeng continued. It's really good. You must try it. Lin Pingping casually tossed the acne cream into her purse. All right then. I'll take off first. See you. Wang Meifeng waved goodbye to Lin Pingping. Lin Pingping, as someone who has been through it all, knew that Wang Meifeng's smile was genuine. She also knew that Wang Meifeng was leading a happy life. Unlike her. Lin Pingping sighed softly and then headed home. When she reached her apartment, Lin Pingping saw her tidy in-laws followed by her husband, Hong Bin. Dad, Mom, Hong Bin, where are you guys heading? Her father-in-law and mother-in-law looked away in disgust, as if they might contaminate their eyes if they looked at Lin Pingping for too long. Hong Bin also avoided looking directly at his wife's face. When he spoke, his eyes seemed to wander. My cousin is having a full moon banquet for her baby. My parents and I are going to join the celebration. The full moon banquet is a major event. Lin Pingping immediately said, let me get ready and go with you. You're going, her mother-in-law, Xianxia, sneered. Are you planning to scare everyone with your ugliness? Isn't it enough how much we've already been made fun of? You're embarrassing us. My poor Binbin is entirely out of luck to have married you. These words were truly hurtful. But hearing them over and over again, Lin Pingping had grown accustomed to it. She had become numb. Even her husband, who had once made sincere vows of love to her, was silent and didn't come to Lin Pingping's defense at all. He was indifferent, like a stranger. Before Lin Pingping could say anything, Xianxia extended her hand towards her. You went to the Mo family yesterday. Did they give you any money again? Hand it over. Everything in this house, from the social interactions to the cooking oil and salt, requires money. Don't think about stashing it away. Lin Pingping's voice was very calm. I didn't take any money from my aunt. What? You didn't? Upon hearing this, Xianxia flew into a rage. You worthless wench. Do you think our home is a bank? They give us money and you refuse to take it. Don't you understand? Everything you eat and drink belongs to my son. You're a cheap good-for-nothing who married into our family out of desperation. Xianxia was a classic evil mother-in-law. Having been ill-treated by her own mother-in-law, when she had finally become a mother-in-law herself, she, of course, wanted to assert her power. Moreover, Lin Pingping had married into the family of her own volition. Xianxi's sneering immediately attracted the attention of other people in the same building. She had to begrudgingly close her mouth. It was only then that Hongbin raised his head to look at Lin Pingping and sighed helplessly. Don't blame my mom for her harsh words. She has a point. Since the Mo family has money, why should it be an issue if they share some with us? Look at your cousin Baichuan from the Mo family. A watch on his wrist is as expensive as a house. And Mo Chishan, that spendthrift, he's already 27 and doesn't have a proper job, completely dependent on his family. What does that tell you? That the Mo family certainly isn't short of money. Let it go this time, learn to be smarter next time. Whatever they offer, accept it, don't act modestly. Hongbin said a lot in one breath. As Lin Pingping recalled Wang Meifeng's smiling face, she felt both frustrated and angry, her heart ached. She didn't wait for Hongbin to finish and turned around to walk away. This ugly woman. She dared to show us attitude. Does she even respect me as her mother-in-law? Divorce. I want a divorce tomorrow. Let's see who would want this ugly woman. Xianxia jumped up angrily. Hongbin said, let it go, Mom. Don't stoop to her level. Let's head over to my aunt's place first and deal with her later. After Lin Pingping came back, she opened the door to her room and lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. She had become ugly now, but when she married Hongbin, she was one of the most beautiful women. When exactly did her life take such a downturn? After a while, Lin Pingping mindlessly tossed her purse on her vanity, creating a clattering sound as something fell out of it. She turned her head to see. It turned out to be the acne cream Wang Meifeng gave her. Who's to blame if one's own son is not promising? Break the siege eye acne cream? Lin Pingping's ears suddenly echoed with Wang Meifeng's words. Wang Meifeng had said that this acne cream was very effective and was made by the divine doctor. But over the years, she had already used too many acne products that claimed to be effective, including cosmetics medications developed by foreign professors. Yet, her face seemed to have developed immunity to these products. No matter what was applied, it couldn't prevent acne from growing. Would this tiny box of acne cream really work? Lin Pingping sat up from the bed and picked up the light green box. Lifting the lid, her eyes met a light brown, cream-like substance. It had a subtle fragrance, carrying with it hints of green grass and a faint smell of medicine. Lin Pingping was a Western medicine practitioner. She knew that these were common ingredients, perhaps useful for ordinary acne, but they had no effect on her. Lin Pingping sighed quietly and absent-mindedly set the acne cream on the dresser. Seeing her face reflected in the mirror of the dressing table, her eyes suddenly reddened. Lin Pingping wanted to cry her heart out, but she couldn't. Just then the sound of the door opening came from outside. "Mom, I'm back. Make me a meal. I'm starving. Where are you?" It was the voice of her younger sister-in-law, Hong Meiyue. She was lazy and ambitious, a giant baby at 23. Yet, she was the apple of Shen Qing's and Hong Dabing's eyes. Lin Pingping took a deep breath, opened the door and walked out. "Yaya's back." Hong Meiyue saw her come out and commanded like ordering a servant. "Oh, you're home? Why didn't you say anything? Are you acting like a dead person? Hurry and cook for me. I'm hungry." Lin Pingping squeezed a thin smile from the corner of her mouth. "Okay, just wait a moment." Hong Meiyue continued. "Never mind, don't cook. What's the matter, Yaya?" Lin Pingping looked at Hong Meiyue, puzzled. Hong Meiyue spoke in disgust. "Look at your disgusting face. What if it infects me? I'll eat out instead. Give me money." Lin Pingping looked at Hong Meiyue. "I don't have any money. I gave all of last month's salary to Mom." In the Hong family, every penny of her monthly salary was handed over to Shen Qing. "No money." Hong Meiyue squinted. "Didn't you receive a bonus last month? Where is that bonus? Did you hide it behind my mom's back to keep as private money?" Lin Pingping did indeed receive a bonus last month. That bonus had been spent on a Picasso pen for Mo Hudi. An imported Picasso pen cost 200 yuan, amounting to several months of Lin Pingping's salary. No bonus was given. Of course, Lin Pingping wouldn't be foolish enough to tell Hong Meiyue about buying the pen. "Oh," said Hong Meiyue, "I see. You probably secretly went to the beauty salon to treat your face again, didn't you? I told you before, your face will never get better. Going to the beauty salon is just wasting money. You just wait until my mom and brother come back. I'll tell them what you did." As she said the last sentence, a gloating expression appeared on Hong Meiyue's face. "Whatever you want." Lin Pingping spoke indifferently. Stunned, Hong Meiyue punched the cotton, angered and speechless. She had thought that Lin Pingping would have been frightened by her words and bribed her with money. "Ugly wretch! Despicable woman!" Hong Meiyue spoke viciously. Lin Pingping didn't say anything more and simply turned around and walked out. "Where are you going?" Hong Meiyue asked furiously. Lin Pingping didn't respond to her. Hong Meiyue was seething with anger. "Ugly freak! Just you wait. Sooner or later I'll make my brother divorce you." Upon hearing the word divorce, Lin Pingping's step stuttered for a moment. Divorce? No. She couldn't get a divorce. If she was divorced, she would have nothing left. No matter what, she wouldn't get divorced. Lin Pingping clenched her fist. The weather outside was beautiful. The sun was shining brightly, the sky was cloudless, and even the wind was warm. Lin Pingping didn't have a specific destination and wandered aimlessly. Until she saw a noodle restaurant with a closed sign on it did she finally stopped. To be precise, she was attracted by the girl inside the shop who was wiping tables. The girl was truly beautiful. As Lin Pingping looked at her, it was as if she saw herself from over a decade ago. At that time, she was just like her, brilliant, beautiful, young. Dumbfounded, Lin Pingping watched, her eyes filled with longing and envy. Who's to blame if one's own son is not promising? Break the siege _2. It is wonderful to be young. After a moment, Lin Pingping took her eyes away, walking forward absent-mindedly. She didn't even realize she had bumped into someone. "Aunt, are you all right?" Only then did Lin Pingping react. "I'm fine." The young man who was bumped didn't say much. He carried a book in his hand and kept walking forward. He stopped in front of the sour fish noodle restaurant. A middle-aged lady came out with a smile. "I'm sorry, young man, we're closed now. We will be open at 2:30 in the afternoon." The young man responded. "Aunt, I am here to find Anew. Is she here?" The middle-aged woman nodded. "Oh, you're looking for Yang. Hang on, I'll call her for you." As Zhou Qingshang spoke, she walked towards the kitchen. In a moment, Anew came out. Upon seeing the young man, she paused before saying, "Li Wei." Indeed, it was Li Wei. Having seen Anew on the street last night, Li Wei had made some inquiries and found that Anew had opened a noodle restaurant here. At first, Li Wei couldn't believe that Anew would open a noodle restaurant, and only standing inside the restaurant did he realize that Anew had indeed opened one. First a stall, and now a restaurant. Anew was beyond his imagination. "Anew, it's been a long time since we last met. I thought you left Beijing. I didn't expect you to open a noodle restaurant. Congratulations." Anew smiled. "Thank you." Li Wei continued, "I am puzzled by a math problem. Could you help me with it?" Anew nodded. "Sure." Li Wei genuinely needed Aneyang's assistance in a math problem. It was a very difficult problem, one which not even the class monitor could solve. In this era, Chinese students had not yet had any exposure to Olympiad problems and were unfamiliar with the international standard. Li Wei was only dealing with Olympiad problems because the teacher in their class had studied abroad. Anew took the test paper and began to ponder before she started solving. She was far removed from her previous life as a student. Facing this Olympiad problem, she was slightly dazed initially. She had to reorganize some knowledge points. Seeing her like this, Li Wei felt a little better. He had thought Anew was capable of everything. As it turned out, there were problems Anew could not solve either. That's right. The Olympiad problems were foreign. How could Anew solve them? However, in the next moment, Anew stunned Li Wei. She started to write down the process of solving the problem, stroke by stroke. Not only did she have the correct answer, but her solution was even clearer than the teacher's. "You take a look." Anew returned the paper to Li Wei. In mathematics, all logical thinking is the same. The formula I have just written can be applied universally. Even if you go to university and study advanced mathematics later, the logic will remain the same. Li Wei nodded, a look of surprise in his eyes. He didn't even know what to say. After a while, he came back to his senses. "Anew, thank you very much." "You're welcome." Anew smiled gently. Li Wei glanced around the noodle restaurant. Then he continued, "Anew, the rent for such a large noodle shop must be expensive, isn't it?" His family paid more than 150 yuan a month for a small shop. This shop of Anew must be even larger, thus could be assumed to be pricier. Anew laughed. "Not very expensive, I bought this restaurant." She bought it? Anew actually bought the restaurant. Li Wei swallowed back the words, "If you need help, you can ask me." Anew had bought her own restaurant, while his family was still renting a shop. What could he possibly help Anew with? The last shred of superiority in Li Wei's heart vanished. He even forgot how he had left Aneyang's restaurant. He walked home, still a little absent-minded. He didn't know what happened to him. When he first met Anew, she was just a simple village girl with nothing. In just a few short months, Anew had become a person who was superior to him in every way. Luckily, Anew had dropped out of school by now. Otherwise, if he stood by Anew, he would hardly even feel his existence. Who's to blame if one's own son is not promising? Break the siege _3. Once she became a university student, her experiences increased and her social circle expanded. Anew would definitely not be as good as herself. "Xiaowei, did you just go to see Anew?" Chen Jinfeng came over from the side. "Yes." Li Wei didn't hide it and simply nodded his head. Chen Jinfeng continued, "Did you find out where Anew is renting a stall now?" "She didn't rent a stall." "Didn't rent a stall?" As Chen Jinfeng was puzzled, she heard Li Wei continue. Anew has now bought her own shop. The noodle restaurant that just opened a few days ago and became very popular. That's Aneyang's doing. What? Chen Jinfeng felt a sour pang in her heart when she heard this. Bought a shop? A shop costs 20 or 30,000 yuan. With renovation and all, it costs nearly 40,000 yuan. Anew can actually afford to buy a shop. Their family had always wanted to buy a shop, but the business in the past few years was barely making ends meet. It was only in the past 2 years that things had started to improve, but they still lacked the money to buy even half a shop. Chen Jinfeng looked at Li Wei saying, Xiao Wei, I forbid you to see her anymore. So what if she bought a shop? She still isn't good enough for you. You're taking your college entrance exam next June. You can't be distracted now. Once you get into a good university, won't you have your pick of female classmates? As she spoke, Chen Jinfeng began to walk away. Li Wei asked, Mom, where are you going? I'm going out for a stroll, Chen Jinfeng said. You don't worry about me. Stay home and study hard so that you can get into a good university and give me something to be proud of. Li Wei returned to his room with a strange feeling in his heart. He studied so hard, yet his academic performance was inferior to that of a business owner. Isn't that a joke? Chen Jinfeng went straight to Aneyw's noodle restaurant. The well-decorated restaurant was large. The more Chen Jinfeng looked at it, the more uncomfortable she felt. Why did such a nice shop belong to Anew? As it happened, Anew was taking out the trash when Chen Jinfeng arrived at the restaurant. Anew, I have something to say to you. Chen Jinfeng approached Anew. Chen Jinfeng pondered for a long time. Why did Anew open the restaurant here? She was obviously targeting her son, Li Wei. She couldn't let Anew succeed. Anew greeted her with a smile. Aunt Chen, please say what you have to say. Chen Jinfeng glanced around. Let's find a quiet place to talk. Anew said, I'm about to open for business. Aunt Chen, just say it here. Chen Jinfeng nodded, then said, Okay, since you're not afraid of making a fool of yourself, I'll say it straight. My Xiao Wei is going to college in the future. You are just a petty business owner, not to brag, but you are really not worthy of Xiao Wei. So, Aunt is asking you to bother Xiao Wei less in the future. As Chen Jinfeng said these words, she held her head high, adopting an air of unattainable arrogance. Her son was a golden phoenix. Anew was not even worth mentioning as a sparrow. Hearing this, Anew remained calm and smiled. Actually, I think you should tell Li Wei what you just said. Why don't you ask him, who is it that always provokes me first? I'm under a lot of pressure too. Don't just let your son run wild and blame others, okay? Chen Jinfeng was stunned. She didn't expect Anew to have this attitude at all. She thought that after she said these words, Anew would be very eager to please her. After all, in Aneyw's eyes, she could be her future mother-in-law. Isn't it usual for a daughter-in-law to please her mother-in-law? But Anew? Not only did she not show any eagerness to please, but she also retorted with derision. Did she just call her a dog? Before Chen Jinfeng could say anything, Anew continued, as the saying goes, if the child is not taught, it's the parent's fault. If your son is not ambitious, how can you blame me? Now that Li Wei is not here, could you please tell him to stop looking for me, or else, I will have to report him for harassment. Anew is a person of clear love and hatred, and she wouldn't take anyone's anger for no reason. Since Chen Jinfeng deliberately wanted to give her trouble, she certainly would not let Chen Jinfeng off easily. Chen Jinfeng was far from being able to bully her. Chen Jinfeng was trembling with anger. Yet, she had no rebuttal. If her son is not ambitious, who's to blame? If she continued to entangle with Anew, she would just be embarrassing herself. Chen Jinfeng is a businesswoman and cares about her face. She knew that she couldn't make a scene at this time. Who's to blame if one's own son is not promising? Break the siege _4. Chen Jinfeng went back home stewing in her anger. When she returned, she washed an apple and handed it to Li Wei. Mom just went to see Anew. Li Wei was surprised. What did you go to see her for? I told her to stop bothering you. But Anew just scolded me, even saying that you're the one who always seek her out. Xiao Wei, can we have some dignity? Listen to Mom, Don't go looking for her anymore, okay? Qian Jinfeng embellished the story of what had just happened and told Li Wei. Li Wei remained silent. Qian Jinfeng continued, your job right now is to study hard, so that you can get into a good university next year. That Anew will surely come begging to you. At that time when she does, we can kick her far, far away. That'll be revenge for Mom. After a long silence, Li Wei finally spoke. Mom, did Anew really say that? Qian Jinfeng responded grumpily. I'm your mom. Would I lie to you? Li Wei then said, okay Mom, I understand. I will definitely get into a good university, for your sake. Hearing this, Qian Jinfeng responded with satisfaction. Good, good. You are my good son. Lin Pingping was aimlessly wandering the streets when she saw a familiar figure. Is that Hong Bin? Who is that pregnant woman standing behind Hong Bin? After being married into the Hong family for over 10 years, Pingping understood the family well enough to know that the woman wasn't a relative. Moreover, Hong Bin was being particularly affectionate with her, which was not the typical behavior between friends or relatives. Her usually strict parents-in-law were full of smiles, talking happily with the woman. The family of 4 seemed very cheerful. No wonder. No wonder they've stopped calling her a chicken that can't lay eggs. Turns out they've found a chicken that can lay eggs. Disbelieving, Lin Pingping took a few steps back and couldn't help but crouch down and sob quietly. With the way things had turned out, she couldn't blame anyone else. All she could blame was herself for not being able to give the Hong family a grandson after all these years. Not only had she failed to provide them with a grandson, she wasn't even able to save face in the end. Her life was a total failure. After a long time, Lin Pingping numbly got up, her legs felt like jelly, and she tottered back home in a daze. When she got home and looked at her disfigured face in the mirror, no trace of her former vitality and spirit could be found. What had she been holding on to all these years? Lin Pingping gave a scornful smile at her reflection in the mirror. Just then the door was pushed open, and Hong Bin strode in angrily. Lin Pingping, I heard from Yaya that you spent all your bonus last month on your face, is that true? Yes, Lin Pingping nodded. Hearing this, Hong Bin exploded in fury. You know the situation at home. You're spending money recklessly. Do you really think your face can be fixed? I'm telling you, your face is beyond repair. Lin Pingping picked up her bag, put the anti-acne cream from her dressing table into it, and walked out. Stop. Where are you going? Lin Pingping turned around. Her face was so calm it was almost lifeless. I'm going to my aunt's house. To borrow money. Hearing the last 4 words, Hong Bin immediately put on a gentle facade. Then you should go quickly. It's getting late. Do you want me to accompany you? No need, I can go by myself. Lin Pingping's voice was soft. Hong Bin didn't insist. Anyway, the Mo family were all snobs looking down on others. Apart from their money, they were good for nothing. It was better not to go. When Lin Pingping passed by the living room, her in-laws naturally didn't give her a friendly look. After a long day's work, Anew rode her bicycle home. Just as she was nearing her house, Anew heard a plop. It sounded like something heavy had fallen into the water. From Anew's years of experience, it was clear that someone had fallen into the water. Anew quickly jumped off her bike and ran to the riverbank. In the faint moonlight, sure enough, she saw someone struggling in the water. Without any hesitation, Anew dove into the water, grabbed that person around the waist, and started swimming towards the shore with all her might. Luckily, Anew was a good swimmer, and in no time, she had reached the shore. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.